to sang quite be a want to be a man in quite be green.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on Sam. Poga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. A unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What is Sunday Star Coffee? No, dialogue to Lemon and Finance.
Recommends by consensus that the House gives approval for Mrs. Barbara Kayensu to be confirmed as a Supreme Court judge. The Speaker, subsequently, the committee considered the nomination of Justice Kwame Adibu-Asiedu. Lord Justice Asiedu was called to the bar in 1992. He was in private practice for a while. He is a lecturer at the Ghana School of Law. He is also a sitting Court of Appeal judge. At the public hearing, members asked questions relating to delay in justices, e-justice and automation of courts, conflict between the nominee's faith and the law. The nominee is an avowed Adventist. He answered questions relating to his faith and the law. He also answered questions relating to galamsey and the destruction of the environment. Questions relating to pro bono services by lawyers, the death penalty on our statute books, and issues relating to the Ghana School of Law and admission to members, and also alternative dispute resolution. The Speaker, at the end of a nearly 3-hour public hearing, the committee also by consensus recommended that Justice Samuel Kwame Asiedu be appointed as a justice of the Supreme Court. The Speaker, our conclusion is, and I read, the committee, in the light of the provisions of Article 1284 of the 1992 Constitution, Understanding Order 74, consider the two nominees of His Excellency the President as Justice of the Supreme Court. The nominees demonstrated dexterity in the knowledge of the law and showed character and competence. They pledged to interpret the law without fear or favor and eschew partisanship in their rulings. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus that approval of Justices Barbara Francis Akayensu and Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu-Asiedu as Justices of the Supreme Court of Ghana. The committee requests the House to adopt its report and approve nominees as the Justices of the Supreme Court. The Speaker, I so move.
In a second, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman of the Appointments Committee and First Deputy Speaker of the House, that this House, by consensus, approves Justices Barbara Francis Akayensu and Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu-Asiedu as Justice to the Supreme Court of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to acknowledge the power vested in the President under Article 144 of the Constitution to appoint such Justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, and to refer you to the said article, the Chief Justice shall, 1441, the Chief Justice shall be appointed by the President acting in consultation with the Council of State and with the approval of Parliament. Then I'm interested in 1442. The other Supreme Court justices shall be appointed by the President acting on the advice of the Judicial Council in consultation with the Council of State and with the approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe that is the matter we are considering now. The justices appear before us. They have pledged to administer justice to all in a manner that is fair and just and in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Justice Barbara Francis Akayensu is currently at the Appeals Court, and it's just a matter of natural promotion that she meets maybe a lifetime dream and aspiration serving at the highest court of our land. Mr. Speaker, the committee evaluated her judgment. But Mr. Speaker, in all this, one of the major issues which has come up is again, what is this Parliament doing to allow for limitations in numbers as to appointment of justices of the Supreme Court? We have seen significant numbers appointed under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to the Supreme Court of Ghana. In the name, as you read his own appointment letter, anticipated vacancies. But Mr. Speaker, Article 128, for emphasis, I quote, the Supreme Court shall consist of the Chief Justice and not less than 9 other justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, not less than 9 other. So, Mr. Speaker, as you rightly observed yesterday, it is not your power to interpret the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, where there is no ceiling provided, I want to believe that the framers of the Constitution assume that Parliament will provide for those limitations. We cannot have an open-ended. So, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, if a particular president decides that he wants to appoint 25 justices of the Supreme Court, we will say because of jurisdiction, because of supervisory role, because of adjudicative role, it must be. That is what this Constitution provides. But, Mr. Speaker, it has always been my position that Ghana does not need more than 13 justices of the Supreme Court, because you can empanel from 5. The Chief Justice can empanel from 5, expand it to 9, and expand it to 13. That should be it. So this Parliament somehow must find a way to limit the numbers of justices of Supreme Court that the President can appoint. We have seen President Akufo-Addo take full advantage of it. He has appointed more Supreme Court justices than any other president has done under the Fourth Republic. It is within his right. It is within his power. It is within his mandate. But, Mr. Speaker, can this Parliament say that at any time we will not allow the President in the exercise of his power to exceed 13? That will be my submission, Mr. Speaker. So the justices appeared before our committee, as I said. They themselves are concerned about, I refer you to page 8, provision of legal aid to the vulnerable. Our legal aid system is still very weak. The system is not efficiently put in place. They are still struggling for lawyers to be able to work in the name of legal aid, and we need to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, they shared with us some of their political philosophies, and then we asked them about some judicial interference, even in the work that we do here. And Mr. Speaker, let the judiciary be reminded that Parliament remains a co-equal arm of government. The framers of the Constitution premise it on the doctrine of separation of powers, that co-equal will remain checks on each other and balances. Indeed, we are exercising one. That's why justices of the Supreme Court, nominated by the President, approved by Parliament as one of the checks or the limitations. Mr. Speaker, I have maintained that whenever the Constitution uses the word, the judicial authority subject to this Constitution, the legislative authority subject to this Constitution, it imposes an obligation on it. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree more with the recommendations of our chairman that we approve the nominations of Justice Barbara Francis Akayensu and Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu-Asedo. We trust that they will do justice to all manner of persons, uphold their judicial oath, and allow for speedy adjudication of cases in our court. and then work to cleanse the judiciary of this image of corruption, which perception is very strong. Mr. Speaker, with this, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Chairman of the Committee, Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have been privileged to have practiced before the two judges that had been presented to Parliament to vet, and the first Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Bekwai, had submitted a report, and I stand to support the motion that is ably moved by the Honourable Member for Bekwai. Mr. Speaker, Justice Aka Ayinsu, when she was at the Commercial Court, I came from the regions to do a complicated company law case before the judge. As usual, because we had come from the regions, we were not known by the judges and most of the practitioners that were in Accra. It was a very complicated suit that were between two Lebanese brothers. At the end of it all, we were adjudged victors, but because of her comportment and dedication to duty, I read there's a report at page 5 of the report that the third judge was asked whether she had any cases in mind that she would want to actually cite. And she said that she actually approached all cases with equal dedication and had no regrets at the cases that she tried or sat upon. And I perfectly agree with this. There was an appeal that was made from the High Court to the Court of Appeal when she had given the judgment. And when it went to the Court of Appeal, the judgment was upheld. I have followed this judge in particular and her comportment at her court, and her sense of duty is desirable. And I'm not surprised that she's come this far to go to sit at the highest court of the land. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that this judge, Justice Aka Ayinsu, is an asset to the nation and will do very well at the Supreme Court. Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu Asiedu also, as the report indicates, started practicing as a magistrate. And Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to have practiced before this judge at the Asante New Town District Court. There was a time that a senior lawyer in Accra had a suit in Kumasi. Again, it was a foreign national that had been arrested and assigned me to hold brief for him and get a bail for this very, the person that was incarcerated. Mr. Speaker, the person that was holding brief on the other side happened to be the best friend of Justice Asiedu. And Mr. Speaker, every indication was that because he was close to this particular person, there was no chance of me getting him convinced to actually grant the bail. I spent most time of the night preceding the day in researching on grounds of a grant of a bail. And I presented this before this very justice, who was then a magistrate court judge. Mr. Speaker, when I had finished, I won his heart. He granted the and immediately called me to his chamber. And Mr. Speaker, what he said was that he had actually admired me with the application that I had made before him, and urged me that if I could keep to what I had done, I would go far. He advised that most lawyers come before him and they come unprepared. From then, I learned from Justice Asiedu that you could only go before this judge when you are well prepared. And he had actually continued with this through circuit court to the High Court. Now, I have no doubt that these are the kind of judges that we want in the country. He deserves to be at the highest court of the land. And I support this application, Mr. Speaker, that the two judges be admitted to the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court. Both of them are my seniors. I have gone beyond the 15 years that the Constitution requires, that when you are called to the bar, at least you must serve at least 15 years before you could be called to the Supreme Court. But they are both my seniors. So they both qualify, and they had actually dedicated themselves to the service of the country, and I uphold their request that they be admitted to the Supreme Court of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry that there was in this chamber just about 10 minutes ago that I was able to get a copy of the committee's report, and therefore I've not yet been able to peruse it. More so, as a ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, I thought that I should have been acquainted with this document and my committee members so that we can make meaningful this all-important topic or discussion. I want to suggest that in the future, Mr. Speaker, it may be useful and instructive that even though we can maintain the appointments committee, with regard to certain sector areas, it may be useful to add the leadership of those committees to the appointments committee so that they can be conversant with those who are being vetted, and if there are other issues that they can follow up later, it may be useful. Mr. Speaker, it's recalled that in September this year, you graciously granted permission to some members of the Judiciary Committee to attend a capacity building workshop or seminar in the U.S., in the International Law Institute. And then one of the topics that we discussed in detail was the judiciary. And you know the importance of the Judicial Committee in the American jurisprudence and the American judicial system. Very, very important. So we are even trying to present our report to you and to make a suggestion to you that it may be useful and prudent that when you're vetting justices to the superior courts, like we have today, then if not the members of the Judicial Committee, but at least the leadership, the chairman and vice and ranking and deputy ranking, should be able to be officially part of the vetting committee for this type of process. Similarly, if we are vetting Minister for Food and Agriculture, it may be useful for the chairman, ranking, and then their deputies to be part of the vetting process so that they can know the type of fellow who is coming to head that sector, and then they can follow up. I think that this might be useful. But having said that, let me make two observations. The first one is that 2 days ago, I heard on the social media that two former Chief Justices the former Chief Justice Sophia Akufo rather, and then the current one, Justice Anin, had indicated that there should be no capping for the Supreme Court because of the volume of work at that level. While we appreciate that there could be a lot of work to be done at the Supreme Court, I still think that it is useful, having regard to the exigencies of the situation and the experiences that we have gone through, to have a capping. I think that it is incumbent upon them to let the country know the volume of work that is within the Supreme Court, that they think that there should be no capping. But it's not enough to say that there's a lot of issues at the Supreme Court level, and therefore we should not have a ceiling. We should have a ceiling. And then I want to join the Honorable Minority Leader who suggested that it could be 13 Supreme Court judges, 15 Supreme Court judges, if they come out with a paper telling the whole country that this is the volume of work in the Supreme Court. And against that background, this number of judges should be able to handle the situation. It is better to do that than to make it unlimited. And then depending on who is president of the country, some president will leave it at 11 members, some will raise it up to 13, some 15, and some could even go to 20 and 21. And that is abuse. That could be subject to abuse of office. So because of this experience, that I think that notwithstanding the volume of work, we should be able to determine what type of work is there, and then how many judges can handle the situation. And then take it, maybe a maximum of 15 judges in the Supreme Court. That might be useful for all of us. My second observation is what I said earlier, that in the future they will put them for members of the committee for a particular sector, for the leadership to be part of the vetting process. And if that is done, then it will help us a lot. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I have not had the opportunity to read the document, and I do not know the judges in question. But suffice to say that we have confidence in the appointments committee, and those two that they agreed that they should go by consensus, I think we can give that a no. And those that they have raised issues upon, we can discuss or debate on that and take an appropriate decision. But I want to observe that those judges who have been vetted, they know the atmosphere in the country. They know the thinking of the country. They know the perception that we have in the country. And therefore, there is a lot of obligation on them. Much is expected of them.
Honourable Member, the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I'll be back soon.
Yes, leader, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just concluding that these judges who are due for our approval in this chamber, I'm just saying that I'm confident that they can judge the atmosphere in the country as far as the judge of the Supreme Court and the decisions are concerned. I hope that they will take that into consideration and therefore bring their membership of the Supreme Court or membership in the Supreme Court to bear on the aspirations of the country. The perception that are there. We know that perceptions are not necessarily the truth, but people hold them and they are very strong perceptions, and we must work against those. So I will urge these judges to try to take note of the atmosphere in the country and try to make sure that the Supreme Court is not just there to declare law, but the Supreme Court is also there to make sure that there's stability in the country. It is not enough to declare law or a type of judgment that can bring conflict into the country. It doesn't help. So they are there as a balancing act. They should be there to be doing the balancing act for this country. It's the last hope that we have. The executive are there, the legislature is here. At the end of the day, we all end up in the Supreme Court. So I think that given their age, given their experience, and given the tenure in the country, they should normally take that on board and not delivering timorous judgments. If you are delivering timorous judgments, it will help nobody. And we don't want people to think that they are there for anybody's call and beg. No, that shouldn't be the case. I think that they should be fortified. They should know the country very well. They should know the aspirations of the country. They should study the weather of the country. And then at the end, come up with a judgment that is purposeful. and not a judgment that is basically legal and technical and doesn't help anybody. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate those who are being nominated and they are presented to us today, and hope that when they get to the Supreme Court, they will be servants of this country and not one particular fellow or group of people. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable. Okay,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this contribution to the motion, which was ably moved by your good self and seconded by the Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, this House, we cry too much over nothing, because we have the powers to take certain actions if we want to cap or expand or limit the number of justices of the court. Mr. Speaker, before I go to your report, let me refer you to Article 298 of the Constitution. Subject to the provisions of Chapter 25 of this Constitution, where on any matter, whether arising out of this Constitution or otherwise, there is no provision express or by necessary implication of this Constitution which deals with that matter that has arisen. Parliament, inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution, provide for to be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, if we as a House believe that there are some provisions in this Constitution which does not deal with the practicalities or the realities of the ground, we as a House can initiate legislations to deal with it. And I'm saying this because most of us out of this contribution have referred to Article 76 that deals with the cabinet. 76.1 talks about the cabinet, that there shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the president, the vice president, and not less than 10 and not more than 19 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, Article 1281 also deals with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court shall consist of the Chief Justice, and not less than 9 other justices of the Supreme Court. Both 76 and 128 are acting pari materia, Mr. Speaker. It determines the composition of the cabinet. It also determines the setup of the Supreme Court and its composition, Mr. Speaker.
There are similar provisions in relation to Parliament also.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have that. That is why
Parliament one says not less than 200.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get that point. The Speaker. So, comparisons have been made about the number of justices who can serve on the court. Examples have been cited from other jurisdictions. But in those jurisdictions, they have a constitutional court that separately deals with constitutional matters. And they have appellate court that deals with other matters. So when you say that the U.S. Supreme Court has 9 justices, they only deal with constitutional matters that are rightly invited by the Justice of the Supreme Court of the U.S. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, to take the chair. Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contrast is different in our jurisdiction, where our Supreme Court, by our own creation and our own constitutional setup, has closed the Supreme Court with a number of jurisdictions. 1, original jurisdiction to interpret and enforce the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Supervisory jurisdiction over the lower courts. A review jurisdiction of its own decisions, determining decisions final decisions from decisions of the judicial committees of the National House of Chiefs, appellate jurisdiction, and also sometimes matters affecting national security, and also election petitions, Mr. Speaker. That is different in other jurisdictions. House, if we want to take steps, as I've mentioned under Article 298, we have the power to do that. Mr. Speaker, having said that, Justice Barbara Frances Akayensu and Justice Osiedu distinguished themselves so well before the committee. And I believe that the committee examined them close to about 8 hours and arrived at the decision that the chairman rightly read on the floor. I believe that their answers on sports, matters of enforcement and interpretation of the Constitution, ADR, appeals, capital punishment, capping of the Supreme Court, legal aid, made us believe that they have had the right bench experience to move up to serve on the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. All I can say is to wish them well, to serve the country well in that court. Ghanaians expect serious and well-researched decisions from them. And wish them the very best. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Lafiamako.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for the motion that the report in question should be adopted. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, may I encore my submission on some provisions in the Constitution. With your leave, may I refer the House to Article 23 of the Constitution, and it reads, administrative bodies and administrative officials shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with the requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have the right to seek redress before a court or other tribunal. Mr. Speaker, may I further refer the House to Article 296 of the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may read. Mr. Speaker, Article 296 is to the effect that where in this Constitution or in any other law, discretionary in any person or authority, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process provided by particularly Justice Barbara Akayensu and Justice Osiedu of legal education and the activities of the General Legal Council. Mr. Speaker, just this year, the Ghana School of Law, which is an institution under the aegis of the General Legal Council, organized examinations for prospective students. And Mr. Speaker, for prospective students to take these exams, they were asked to give an undertaking, the essence of which is to the effect that in the event that you disagree with the outcome of the exams, you couldn't even ask for a remarking. You couldn't even ask to see your script. And this came to pass. The net effect is that, Mr. Speaker, the exams were released in tranches. Pass list A and pass list B were released. And if I am aggrieved by the outcome of the exams, I am by my undertaking, prevented from asking for a remarking to enter the law school. And this, my lady Barbara Kayenso, is of the humble opinion that it doesn't infringe these two constitutional provisions. And my worry particularly is because the General Legal Council is heavily populated by Supreme Court judges. Supreme Court judges. 5. The CJ himself is the chairperson, with 4 other senior justices of the Supreme Court. So, on matters of principle and policy, if I have somebody being elevated to the Supreme Court with this disposition, I am worried. Because the Ghana Bar Association, whose president serves on the General Legal Council, doesn't speak for prospective law students or law students, because they are not lawyers. So matters affecting the welfare of law students are in abeyance. So it takes members of parliament like myself and Honorable Sosu to speak for them. So it is important that when these matters are engaged in this house, we need to pay attention to them. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 2 years ago, information emerged that some students were unlawfully admitted to the law school. And the General Legal Council itself conducted an internal inquiry into the matter. A report has been issued. As a member of the Constitutional Legal Affairs Committee that exercises oversight over the General Legal Council, I applied for a copy of this report. I have been denied. These are pertinent matters that must be of utmost importance to us when we are elevating persons to the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in support of the adoption of the report to elevate Justice Barbara Kayenso. I practiced before in the commercial court, a fine judge. Need them to begin to assert themselves for persons whose welfare are not properly defined in terms of who will speak for them. Regarding the issue about Justice Asiedu, also in respect of admissions to the law school, he is of the opinion that the difficulties the law school is going through is as a result of inadequacy of space. Mr. Speaker, we're in this house when the law school itself, as a result of onset of COVID, introduced online lectures. So why should the introduction of online lectures to students, which is still in use, not be an avenue for expanding admission to law school? So I want to encourage them that when they assume their positions on the Supreme Bench, they must that adequate avenues are given to persons who are desirous of becoming lawyers. Mr. Speaker, it's always good to be a lawyer. It's always good to be a lawyer because the skills that you acquire are beneficial to society. And so with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the House to adopt the report so Justice Barbara Kayenso and Justice Asiedu JJA will be elevated onto the Supreme Court. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Chairman, do you have something to say in conclusion?
Yes.
Leadership, do you want to contribute? Oh, we can take more. You were drawing my attention to the fact that today being Friday, you wanted to. Okay, let me listen to the honorable member for Medina.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the adoption of the committee's report on the 2 justices for elevation to the Supreme Court of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Ghana is the final arbiter in terms of all litigations in Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, most importantly, the Supreme Court of Ghana is supposed to be the embodiment of our values, the embodiment of fairness, the embodiment of administrative justice, the embodiment of inclusiveness, an embodiment that preserves the rights and liberties of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, that is why the philosophy of every Supreme Court judge is very, very critical. Mr. Speaker, very unfortunately and sadly so, in recent times, it is very difficult when you read Supreme Court judgments of the Supreme Court, the clear-cut philosophies that our Supreme Court justices subscribe to, whether they are natural schools of thought, or they are black-led justices, or maybe socialists, or they are sociological school of thought when it comes to matters that appear before them. And it's very critical that as we seek to advance our democracy, as we seek to advance rule of law, the Supreme Court of Ghana will begin to distinguish itself when it comes to these matters. Mr. Speaker, when you read Article 128(3) of the 1992 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. This is what it says, that the Supreme Court may, while treating its own previous decisions as normally binding, depart from a previous decision when it appears to it right to do so, and all other courts shall be bound to follow the decisions of the Supreme Court on questions of law. Mr. Speaker, this provision must not be taken lightly when it comes to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court of Ghana provides direction to Ghana when it comes to enforcement and interpretation of our laws, so that at every given point in time, departure from decisions of the Supreme Court must be departures that provide illumination into the dark world of our legal practice. Mr. Speaker, very unfortunately, recently, these departures, Mr. Speaker, have not been very clear. Mr. Speaker, I have been very much happy about these 2 justices, particularly because of their judicial philosophies that they espoused when they appear before the appointment committee. Mr. Speaker, for example, when you take the case of Justice Barbara Frances Akayensu, page 11 of the report, this was what she alluded to as her judicial philosophy. She says that, I beg to quote the report. It says that the nominee, in answering the question as to what her philosophy at the bench is, stated that the paramount consideration of a judge in a case is the Constitution. So her first fidelity to the Constitution. Her ladyship indicated that the hallmark of a good judge is competence and knowledge of the law and the Constitution. She added again that a judge must be fair, humble, patient, courageous, and have integrity, as well as a judicial compartment. Mr. Speaker, this is an incredible exposition of what a Supreme Court judge must be. Mr. Speaker, I can only hope that once approved, she would indeed stand to these dictates that she believed as her ideals or as her judicial philosophy. Mr. Speaker, I was very much impressed by her position on legal aid to the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we know the challenges of many vulnerables in our country today. And the fact that many people are denied justice only because they don't have money, they don't have opportunity to get good lawyers, and so on and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, in her answers before the committee, she went ahead to even urge the Ghana Bar Association to consider the use of pro bono services as one of the ways of even renewing lawyers' licenses. The Ghana Bar Association itself has actually been fighting against this proposal over some time now. But Mr. Speaker, I believe that this proposal by her ladyship is something the Ghana Bar Association would have to consider very seriously. Mr. Speaker, secondly, when you look at her answers when it comes to capital punishment, Mr. Speaker, it clearly shows that this is a judge that is in tune with modern trend of events over causes. Mr. Speaker, for example, when it came to her answers on death penalty, this was what the nominee said, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. He said the nominee, in response to whether she believed in life for life and death for death, stated that based on her profession as a judge, her duty to uphold the laws of Ghana, and interpret saying, however, as a Christian, she does not believe in capital punishment. This is a judge that believes that even as a Christian, capital punishment must be done away with. And what is very important is that when she was asked that in case as a judge, your beliefs, your personal beliefs conflict with the laws, what would you do? She added that during her career as a judge, she has not been saddled with a situation where her personal beliefs conflict with the ethics of her profession. However, she stated that should that internal conflict arise, she would recuse herself. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we hardly see. Mr. Speaker, will take judicial notice of the fact that there have been situations where judges have insisted on going ahead with cases, even though they've been challenged on grounds of bias and so on and so forth. But this is a judge that believes that even when it comes to her personal beliefs, she is willing to recuse herself if those personal beliefs will conflict with the law or will conflict with whatever provisions the law has. And Mr. Speaker, this is a judge I believe will do well when given the chance on the Supreme Court bench. Mr. Speaker, when you take the case of Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu Asiedu, he was very much emphatic when it comes to holding religious leaders accountable. And Mr. Speaker, that is very, very, very encouraging, particularly in day and age where we have a lot of charlatans running all over the place in the name of God. They quote the scriptures, and yet after quoting the scriptures, all they do is to cheat the poor and the most vulnerable. To have a judge that believes that such religious leaders must be held accountable, Mr. Speaker, is something that is worth emulation. Mr. Speaker, again, when it came to pro bono services, this is a judge that believes that pro bono services must be made available to every Ghanaian, every vulnerable citizen that is in need of legal services, and went ahead to urge also that we should consider the possibility of making pro bono services as a criteria for renewal of lawyers' licenses. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that for a judge like this to be at the Supreme Court, we will definitely have great values for from such a judge. And my Lord, Mr. Speaker, to top his submission before the committee, when it came to death penalty, Mr. Speaker, this was what Justice Asiedu said about death penalty. Mr. Speaker, he said Justice Asiedu stated that he does not subscribe to the death penalty. He was of the view that mistakes do occur in trials, but once a life is taken, it is irreplaceable. He, however, mentioned that the death penalty will be applied as long as it stands on the statute books, and thus welcomes the introduction of a bill in Parliament to replace death penalty with life sentence. Mr. Speaker, this is a judge that must be encouraged, particularly a judge that believes that there is uncertainties in judiciary, there are mistakes in judicial processes, and that people could mistakenly be even convicted and even killed. Tries to removal of death penalty from our statute book. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support fully the nomination of these two justices to the Supreme Court bench. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make few comments in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I must first of all congratulate your appointment committee for doing a very good job. I've gone through the report. And Mr. Speaker, the committee by consensus have presented these two nominees for approval. Mr. Speaker, what would be the grounds for one to say is opposing the promotion of these two nominees into the Supreme Court? They've gone through the High Court, to the Appeal Court, now to the Supreme Court. And they've been able to be promoted through successive administration in different eras. Mr. Speaker, when that happens, I cannot say anything safe to say that I'm totally in support of what or the position that the appointment committee have taken. Except that, Mr. Speaker, I've come to learn my lessons. This House is clothed with the power to give approval. Taking the approval back is very difficult. So, Mr. Speaker, in giving the approval, we must do a thorough job, such as the appointment committee have done. I normally sit here and look at the lawyers in the chamber. The Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Anyimadu, like this, will do very, very well in the Supreme Court. The Speaker, the first Deputy Speaker, will be a very good Supreme Court judge. And the Speaker, as for your good self, the father of the fourth Republican Dispensation Parliament, you will be too exceptional. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier on, we have no option to say we are going against this consensus approval that the appointment committee have given for these two nominees. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, one of the nominees has been in the appeal court for over 10 years. People have come to pass him into the Supreme Court. So I think we can only do by motivating the justices at the appeal court to make sure that we give this very essential approval. And the Speaker, one of them is going to spend only 2.5 years at the Supreme Court. After spending so many years in the Court of Appeal. But the reason why I want to make these few comments, Mr. Speaker, on the criteria. The committee asked one of the nominees as to whether the criteria for nomination of nominees into the Supreme Court. And the answer was that, Mr. Speaker, yes, it will be very important for the citizens in this country to know, that is page 23, number of justices of the Supreme Court and the criteria for appointments. And the answer was that though appointment to the Supreme Court is the prerogative of the President, he concurred that the citizenry will be glad to know the criteria for appointing persons to the Supreme Court or the Apex Court. Mr. Speaker, this sentence is very essential. And I'm saying this because considering the number of appointments to the Supreme Court within the last 6 years, if these two are approved, it brings to about 13. And I know there are 2 pending, and that will bring to about 15 within the last 6 years. So, Mr. Speaker, in the likely event that in 2024 we move to the other side, as we are going to do, Mr. Speaker, and now the leader of the House becomes the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I will be called upon to appoint about 15 justices in the next 6 years to make it 30 Supreme Court justices. If there is no criteria. Mr. Speaker, what will be the discussion when we get to that bridge? So, Mr. Speaker, the call for criteria for the appointment to the Supreme Court, because it should not just be a blanket or too open, so that we come, and I don't think that when we come, it will be like Supreme Court Nayema, Enyema. Mr. Speaker, it will not be full. So will we have the capacity to contain 30 Supreme Court justices after 2024? Because if in 6 years, our sequential rate of appointment is 15 within 6 years. So the next 6 years, 15. The next 6 years, 15. No, Speaker, there will be too many Supreme Court justices in the country. So the answer given by the nominee that Ghanaians will be glad to know the criteria for appointment to the Supreme Court by the nominee is very important. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it should not just be like, because this administration appointed like this, I'm also going to appoint like this. Because we are operating with an envelope and a workload. So, Mr. Speaker, based on this, I want to throw my weight in supporting the motion for approval and to let Ghanaians know that this House, when we build consensus, Mr. Speaker, you can look at the mode of the House, but we are approving this one with our full weight. So sometimes when we disagree on some of the nominees, Ghanaians should take it lightly. If there is nothing in your cap, we will not disagree. And once there is consensus, we are all participating and nobody is objecting. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, we totally support this approval for appointment or nomination nominees into the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I so support. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the treasure space to add my voice to this all-important matter on the floor. Mr. Speaker, Order 92(4) provides the speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter under discussion. I would act within the confines of the rules of the House. I will not be referring to 2024 elections.
Many events, elections is being the next government is 2025.
Mr. Speaker, I am not going to refer to 2024 elections. Especially if I were an NDC member, I wouldn't attempt, knowing my own track record in government, and knowing that I have not even changed the candidate, and knowing that the very people who superintended over government agencies and ministries are the same, and knowing that I threw my hands up in despair, that, oh Lord my God, is there no help for the widow's son? But Mr. Speaker, these are the same people who would want to say they want opportunity to govern again. I won't do that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with this, I shall rely wholly on the report of the committee and submit that I support the invitation to us to adopt this report out more. I thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I can only bless your contributions and say that I will allow the chair to conclude, and I'll put the question and just make a remark so that I'll not be seen as contributing to the debate, because the debate will have concluded. But as a lawyer, I'm interested in the matter. Yes, Chair.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank colleagues for their contribution and vote. Mr. Speaker, I just wish to make one observation. I've heard a number of contributors raise issue with capping the members of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, reference has been made to the constitutional provision. Mr. Speaker, I've sat on the Appointments Committee. This is the end of my 14th year on the Appointments Committee. I've sat through the vetting of several Supreme Court judges, and on each occasion that the question of the numbers has been issued, all the Supreme Court judges, at the time they were nominees, each one of the nominees have said the same thing, that indeed, looking at the jurisdiction that the Constitution gives to them, the numbers may even be increased. Indeed, some of them suggested that we should have not less than 5 or 6 separate courts, because they have separate and different wide jurisdictions. So, as a major stakeholder in justice delivery, I think that we should discuss further with them. No decision should be catered or implemented by the political arm only, but the judicial arm, which are the major stakeholders, their views should be considered, in my view. I would also like to say that at the time we wrote this constitution in 1992, the total population of Ghana was a little under 20 million. Today we have over 30 million. The more people you have, the more cases that will go before the courts. So, looking at this, we should, in discussing the number and the jurisdiction, I think we should consider all these before we come to a conclusion. That said, Mr. Speaker, I thank members for supporting, and I pray that the House adopts the report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, those in favor of the adoption of the report say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. The House has, by this adoption, approved the nominations of His Excellency the President of the following persons as Justices of the Supreme Court in accordance with Article 1442 of the 1992 Constitution. The persons are Justice Barbara Francis Akayensu and Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu. The President is now empowered to proceed to appoint these two as Supreme Court justices. I have 2 points to comment on. I think these 2 judges should have been in the Supreme Court long ago. Justice Barbara Francis Akayensu was the yearmate of the current Chief Justice. They were called to the bar the same year. And she's been an excellent She was an excellent student, and throughout she has distinguished herself as a very deep, learned, professional lawyer. I don't know why it took that length of time for her to get to the Supreme Court. Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu Asedu. I've been questioning why he was in the High Court from 2006 to 2019. I just can't fathom why that happened. Because he's been a very excellent lawyer and judge. And in fact, recognized and an academician, did very well at JIMPA, and the progress was so slow at the bench. I just couldn't imagine it. And he never went for anything apart from excellence. He had on it about lawyers preparing and appearing before him. Talked about those who were not well prepared and those who were well prepared. So I think that we should really look at these matters and maybe, as one of them suggested, come out clearly to guide people on the benchmarks or merits or otherwise, or criteria in the assessment. But I can only share with you of one family where the woman felt that there was injustice in the house. And so she kept on complaining about the lack of justice in the house. And then took a puppy and named the puppy Justice. The man went out in search of a response and saw a publication titled The Search for Justice. So he bought the book, took it to the house, and placed it at a place that the wife would see the publication. And when the wife saw the publication and read the title, she got so angry because she realized that that was a response to her quest for what? Justice in the house. So, in search for justice, that is where we are all doing now. And I pray that we ourselves have to look within ourselves to lead to provide this justice. As for the number of judges in the Supreme Court, I will go with those who think that the remit, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in Ghana is so wide, so large, is so huge, that the framers of the Constitution did not just leave that for Parliament to legislate, to give the limit. It's for good reason that they only gave the minimum and left out the maximum for good people in government to at any time determine the right number. Unfortunately, politics has entered into this arena. I recall a few years ago, the insistence was 13. And during discussions, it was agreed 15. Today, the discussion has shifted. You can't lead a country that way. You can't govern that way. There is no meritocracy in this country, and we need to work towards that. With that, we can get justice. I'll leave it here, and then we'll do the last item according to the guidance I have from leadership. Yes, which item?
Speaker, we are taking item K on page 6.
Item
K.
Item K? Item K?
Yes, I'm the chairman of the committee. It's on page 6. It says K.
Honorable members, she is referring to item 7K. Item 7K.
Mr. Speaker.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes, because you are just come, so we need to guide you. Item 7K. That is at page 6 of the order paper, by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
K Roman 1.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave for the vice chairman to lay the paper on behalf of the chairman. Thank you.
Leave granted.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Railways Development for the year ending 31st December 2023.
Honorable members, the report is for distribution to all members. Honorable members, item 7K Roman 2. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Roads and Highways 31st December 2023.
Honorable members, the report is for distribution to all members of the House. Yes, any further guidance?
Mr. Speaker, that's about all we have for the day. I therefore move for the adjournment.
Motion move for adjournment. Any seconder?
I second the motion for adjournment.
Honorable members, motion for adjournment moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. In the absence, honorable member, you wanted to contribute. In the absence of any contribution, I put the question. Those in favor of adjournment, say aye. Those against, say no. No. I put the question again. Those in favor of adjournment, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the noes have it. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank honorable members for indulging. Mr. Speaker, we have a second reading of a bill. We don't have much
Honorable Chairman,
to say.
Chairman, we haven't taken a decision yet. The noes have it. Yes. And so we will have to continue with the work. Members want to continue. So, yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
The Speaker, in moving the motion, the mover should have come with further and better particulars to support the motion, which he didn't do. And that is why members are voting the way they are voting. Mr. Speaker, it is convention of this House that when any of the sides or the parties has other activities, like when our brothers were going to Kumasi, which adjourned early. Today, this side, our women will be going to Cape Coast with the youth. And we agreed at conclave that because of that, the businesses of the House should be less to enable us to be able to adjourn early, for them to be able to travel to them. But I think those information was not given to them because our sister was not at conclave. It was the chief whip who was there. That is why it was not added. So, Mr. Speaker, even though you have not declared, you may put the question again.
Yes, Majority Leader.
We can take the second reading and go. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to make an observation that today's order paper is jam-packed with activities that we were supposed to have conducted. But given the reason that the Deputy Minority Leader has given, maybe it's important that we adjourn early to accommodate what they intend to do. But to remind us that on Monday, therefore, we'll have a huge responsibility to do the business program for today and also the Monday's own programs. So it's going to be a double dose that we have to do. So just to indicate that on Monday, to all intents and purposes, we'll have a very long sitting that certainly may go beyond 7 o'clock in the evening. And that will mean that the appropriate measures may have to be put in place to enable us to do the business that we programmed for Monday. It's going to be a long haul, Speaker. So just to indicate to members, so they prepare themselves for Monday. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader, before you came, we are giving a proposal that the Monday sitting commences at 2, and then you can go to 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. Because of the indication that they were going to the constituencies to do some consultations on some issues in the budget, and that they will be coming back on Monday. And so they needed some time, and I pleaded that, in fact, they didn't want to sit on Monday, so I pleaded that no, it's better to start from 2, and then you can sit late into the night. So that is a matter to be considered by the business committee. I'm just drawing your attention to it. Because I see one of the challenges we have is that when we discuss things either at conclave or wherever and we agree, leadership is only able to pass it on to members. And the reactions I get from members, and particularly the gossip, is usually counter to the understanding or agreement reached by leadership and speaker at conclave. So please do all you can. Immediately you agree on these things, pass the information on to members, so members get to know. Like what the deputy whip, the minority whip said, is something that was discussed at conclave. If that had been passed on to members, they wouldn't have voted against the motion. And so this, lack of communication, the communication gap must be bridged. With this, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adjournment, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Monday, 12 December 2022 at 2 in the afternoon. The House is adjourned.
Together with our African partners, the United States is committed to advancing our shared vision of a more prosperous future for Africa and the United States.
Hello and welcome to Newsnight. I am Ladi Akeredoluale. Thanks for being with us. Crude oil theft in Nigeria has been a source of great concern because the commodity has significant impact on the nation's economy. My guest says the efforts to fight the menace have been successful and will be sustained. My guest, however, admits that technology used by criminals meant that the authorities weren't really aware of the extent of what was happening until recently. Newsnight talks to the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Malam Mele Kiari. GCEO, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
It's going to take some getting used to not calling you GMD, calling you GCEO, even though it's been some time since that happened. But we're here to get updates on several issues, really. Let's start with the most contentious, the one that is most in the national space at the moment. What's the situation report today with this battle against crude oil theft?
I think the best way to describe it is almost mission getting to accomplishment, because the activities of our government security agencies, combined with the efforts of our private security contractors, supported and facilitated by our partners and the NNPC itself, has led to very many discoveries that hitherto we probably will think that it is impossible for things like this to happen. And those discoveries meant that there are infractions on our facilities, our pipelines to be particular, and then the activities of oil thieves has gotten to a level of sophistication where you will say that they're almost like co-producers. And the actions that we took alongside our partners is to contain this. And it's not clearly only a security intervention, it is beyond security. It's a complete, full-scale intervention, getting the assets recovered, pulling out the illegal connections, getting back production, and also ultimately taking out the criminals and the bundles. So they all go simultaneously. And what we saw is that these assets have suffered the worst of infractions, and it's over. Because today, with the efforts that we have made, we have clear visibility around these assets, the activities of the bundles, so that we see them as they happen and we react to it. Much more rigorous intervention and quicker intervention because of the communication process that is in place, the intervention system that is in place, the alignment that now exists between the various stakeholders, government security agencies, the oil companies, NNPC, and even private support that we are getting, including other regulatory agencies. So that seamless coordination has led to a situation where we say, yes, we know what the problem is, we have scaled it down substantially, we are seeing the benefit, and more than anything, we have a pathway to sustainability because that we now know the extent of the challenge that we have, the actions that we are taking are paying off, and of course, more importantly, the bundles and the thieves are running away. I think what is also very possible to right question to ask by our shareholders, the Nigerian people, is that why didn't you find this out all this while? I think that's a very valid question. Why were these infractions there, and we probably didn't know about it. When you introduce technology into stealing, and this is precisely what they did, and when there is a collaboration of the people who should not be part of that transactions, you can lay pipelines, no one will see it, you can do it in the night if you have the abilities, and ultimately this is what we think happened, and that ultimately you can lay pipelines for the wrong reasons to assets that may have been abandoned, or even active assets which are not meant for those purposes. That means you see end-to-end collaboration, either by people who are around those assets, people operating the assets, people who are supposed to provide security for these assets, and so on. And you can't eliminate anything. And therefore, you say, look, why didn't we know about this? Because sometimes criminals find their way around everything. When you find collaborators in the system, then you can get anything done. So we didn't know because the extent of collaboration is unknown to us. And essentially what this intervention process brought on the table is that knowledge that we didn't know before. Companies have always reported illegal connections. We have seen them in numbers. We do overflights around our pipelines. We see some of these impressions over time and in history. Because they are minimal, you will continue to pull them out and then they will return it back. And because you don't have that perfect 24-hour surveillance around these assets, they know when you do the overflights. It's not secret because when helicopter fly across your assets, and everybody will know that helicopter has gone. They can run off, and then once you are out of that, they will come back. So they know when to operate. But what we did now, which is very, very different, is to have total surveillance. That means that we see these pipelines in the night, we see it in the daytime. Today's support that we have received, particularly from the Nigerian force, give us some redundancy of 48-hour redundancy of some of the surveillance assets that we have in Ghana. So we see what happens now. We react very, very quickly. And therefore, those issues that we will say, well, why didn't we know this, is now history because as it happens, we know. What we're doing now is to take out the ones that have happened, but putting back another set of illegal connections, or even restoring big pipelines into our major pipeline cannot happen again because we now have a sense of knowledge, a sense of surveillance that is clearly electronic and clearly beyond the reach of the ordinary vandals because we are now seeing them from the skies. I think this is the best way to put it. So it's very, very different. Historically, you can have this infraction, you wouldn't know about it. The only way oil companies will know is when they see pressure drop in the pipeline. And the other way they will know is that you pump 100 barrels and you receive 20. So you know that you have lost 80. So what you do typically is to take your overflight. Is that a spill? And when you don't see a spill, that you know something has happened, and we log it as an occurrence of some activities of theft.
Everything you've spoken to, and some of those who have listened to you over time, have come across or have come away with the impression that there seems to be some level of complicity. What many people don't know is perhaps how high it goes and who in specific terms. But are you worried about that level of complicity? Because some of those who have commented publicly have said things like, oh, this kind of connections and so on are not possible except by a small group of people who have the kind of knowledge to be able to put this in place. That so perhaps the typical picture in the head of a vandal of some villager in some local remote area is not particularly correct. Are you worried about that?
Not really. I think what we're dealing with is a range of vandals, a range of thieves, from the very small scale to the sophisticated. We have seen this in the interventions that we have done so far. You'll see people who will just connect 5 meters away on top of the pipelines, they break it, they create holes, collect the oil and start processing it in the small, what is called artisanal refineries or illegal. They are not refineries, by the way. I will come to that. So there are people who do this. They are not on the scale of some of the discoveries that we have made, where we have seen up to a 12-inch line being run across our assets to an abandoned platform from which people come and load and leave. So that's that's the extreme part of the scale. And so between them, you have a range of possibilities, from the smallest scale that I have described to the large scale where people will come with barges and probably even vessels, larger vessels to load and go away. So you are dealing with a range of issues. And you have to start from the very bottom, because without access to the pipeline, you can't do any of them. And those access are done through connections. And those connections vary in sizes. And therefore, what we're doing now is to make sure that those connections don't happen. The ones that are there are pulled out, so that you have a sustainable framework where people cannot come to the platforms and take crude oil from it.
When I spoke to the Chief of Naval Staff, he pointed out at the time, that was in August, that there's a difference, that a lot of people seem to muddle up the figures, that what is actually production loss, which could emanate from, this kind of vandalism and so on, is different from crude oil theft, which is the actual act of taking it away.
Yes,
but I couldn't drill down on that with him, of course, not being an expert in the field. But you are an expert in the field. Can you elaborate on what really is the difference here? Because there are those who say that one is what leads to the other. So can you explain?
Absolutely. You see, it is impossible to take out 700,000 barrels from the pipelines every day. That's not practical. It is not possible. But you can lose opportunity of 700,000 barrels because you are unable to bring back production because of the acts of vandals. It becomes impossible for you to run your pipeline, and you are forced to shut down those assets, and therefore you will lose the opportunity of delivering, say, 700,000 into the terminal. When we came down to as low as 1 million barrels, the total combined production, when we could have done 1.8 million barrels, it means that if you come down to 1 million, the opportunity you have lost is 800,000 barrels or even 700,000 barrels. It varies from time to time. So you know that you could have delivered 800,000 barrels additional to the terminal, but you couldn't do it because you have to shut down your facility to contain what is clearly an infraction on your pipeline. Now, what will make you shut down is that when you start seeing spills, when you start seeing pressure losses, extreme pressure losses, or even when you deliver product and then you see that only 20% of it get to the terminal. Therefore, instead of having the 800,000 barrels into the terminal, you are only seeing 500,000 or 600,000. That means, technically, for that moment, you have lost 200,000 barrels to thieves. Therefore, at that moment, you can say, look, they have stolen 200,000 barrels per day. And nobody will accept this. If I lose 200,000 barrels per day consistently for 3, 4, 5 days, the rational thing to do is to shut it now, because the net effect is lost for you. And therefore, you can say 200,000 barrels can be stolen every day, but you can also lose up to 800,000 barrels of opportunity, which is a combination of what is stolen and the opportunity that is lost. All of them to the oil company is opportunity lost. So it makes no difference. So this is the distinction. And that when we say that we are losing 700,000 barrels per day or 800 per day, what we really mean is the combination of opportunity loss and losses due to acts of stealing.
Now, a lot of people who have spoken to me say they can't seem to understand, and I want you to provide the rationale for this now, that already in the areas where you have the NNPC infrastructure, you have security forces there, maybe even for other purposes other than guarding the infrastructure. There are communities there as well in many of those areas. There are host communities in those areas. And a lot of these things are happening in those areas. And yet, somehow, they didn't get this information either across to the security agents or to the NNPC, which owns the infrastructure, for there to be remedial action. Now there is action being taken from everything you have told us, but there are many who can't get over the fact that what exactly was it that was going on there, and why was it that it took the NNPC to actually now make the intervention with the support of the president, and not those who were in those areas to say, look, this is our area here. This is what is going on here, and not let the NNPC know.
No, I think it's a combination of many things. First of all, it's very clear that we underinvested in the security framework for protecting those assets completely. The industry underinvested. And also, because our country, as you're very well aware, there are a number of other security challenges that we have in the country. The attention of the government security forces are clearly divided, and there are very many things they are doing. So there is extent to which they can deploy all the required resources to cover some of these assets. I can understand prioritization, why not take this as priority, but there's no bigger priority than protection of lives. So when you see our government security agencies focus mainly on protection of lives, it is very, very understable. In that process, you end up underinvesting in two ways. Oil companies, including the government budgetary mechanism, you will see putting resources more on one segment of the security intervention than the other. And we as industry, of course, we didn't see this as our role, and therefore we were always waiting for the government security agencies to play that part. And the realization that our intervention is very, very critical, that we need to support them, we need to work with them, so that in terms of investment, in terms of paying attention to it, in terms of deploying resources that are required, and those were absent in the past, and we said, look, I think this is business. We have to get this back. This is not just business, it's a national security issue, national economic security issue, national energy security issue, and we must do something that is very, very different. For instance, whatever it takes you to protect this asset that we are doing today, it's not more than a day's production, but you can also we have lost 30 days of production, so it makes no business sense for you to keep 1 day's production and lose 30 days production. And therefore, we decided that, look, let's invest as much as is possible in infrastructure, supporting the armed forces, supporting the other security agencies of government, so that we can recover this production. Once we make those money, and then we're able to fund more, the Federation will have more resources they can put on many other things that we know they are very, very typical. And ultimately, the overall security of these assets now comes into focus. It's not a question of whether the government security agencies are abandoned, not at all. It's far from it. They have multiple interventions that they are doing all over the country. We didn't pay much attention to it in the sense of giving them the resources that are required to intervene. And that combination, that alignment, that realization that this is critical for our business and for our country made us to now take some of these actions. For instance, even when you have an overflight helicopter tells you, oh, I've seen an illegal refinery here, so you need government security agencies to react to this. They need mobility, they need vessels, they need assets, and these assets also have competing needs. They have to worry about pirates, they have to worry about other criminals of all natures, some kind of sabotage that goes on, threat to people's life, and all over the country. So we know that the attention is focused on that, and of course it's yielding results, but the end result is that we kind of didn't pay as much attention that is required, and this is happening now, and that is why you are seeing this traction that we're getting.
I must mention the point you made about the refineries, yes, or what are called refineries, the artisanal refineries, because, of course, it was this product that was being illegally taken from the NNPC's infrastructure that was being used to fuel those facilities. And you say that they are not refineries. That will come as a surprise to quite a number of people who had said, well, actually, rather than destroy them or arrest the people who are there, we should harness the technology and turn them into legal entities who could then be used as alternate refiners for the purpose of getting locally refined products. How do you respond to that?
Yes, by the way, I think I've said it in very many fora, that these are not refineries at all. Refinery is science. Refining is science. Those science are very, very specific. You don't need to reinvent it. So refining is a process. So what you are seeing there is they are not refineries by any stretch of imagination. So there's no technology in it. They're just boiling oil so that they can remove the heavy ends and then you take them into cake and move away. So they are not refining anything. And it's also not possible to convert them into refineries because there's science around refining. And not only that, don't forget that they take free oil to process or to cook. Maybe that's a better way of putting it.
The stolen oil.
The stolen oil is what they are putting into these processes. There is nowhere you will buy refining oil today at its market value and do what they are doing and get back your money. So it's not possible. It's not practical. And that is why if you look at the general environment of refining in our country, without creating the high-end products in refinery, LPG, PMS, there is no way refinery margin will be sufficient for you to run it as a business. And that's why every license given out to create private refineries hasn't worked, because they will not be able to scale it up to a level where they can bring in the high-end products. So they are limited to producing the heavy ends, the heavy distillates, AGO, LPFO. And when you buy oil and you only produce these elements, the margin is so slim that you will not be able to recover. So there is no way what they are doing now can be converted into a legitimate business. So it's not possible, it's not practical. And by the way, you may be aware that today there are over 2,000 of these illegal refineries. We have taken out most of them, no doubt about it. I don't have the specific numbers this moment, but I know that we have taken out very extreme proportions of these numbers, and we're taking them down every day. So there's no way you can have 2,000 installations on your pipeline and run a pipeline. No oil company will allow this pipeline. They will walk away. And that's the right thing to do, because you cannot say that, look, let me allow these people to operate, and at the end, you are not able to deliver all the volume that you should take it to the terminal. Example is, if you have 2,000 of these illegal, you allow them to operate. Assuming just each one of them take 1,000 barrels, just an example per day. Yeah. So if they do, and you are now that means it's for 2,000 is beyond your production. So even if they take 100 barrels per day, you will see that it's a huge volume that you cannot account for at the terminal. You cannot recover your upstream costs. You cannot go to the market and recover your costs as a business. You will naturally shut down, because these people are not paying for the oil. The moment you say pay for this oil, this business is over, because we know that this is time. It is impossible to do what they are doing now, buy crude at the market price and recover your costs. So they will walk away. So what is there for anyone who wants to do refining? There's a structure for modular refineries. Modular refinery is science. Modular refining is science. And there's provision for it. Anyone can take a license. And there are already a few of them that are operating, at least 2 of them that are operating today. They are small scale. They only do AGO, probably 1,000 barrels per day to 5,000 barrels. That's the biggest that is operating today. And there's another 10,000 that is going to come up. But all these cannot function except there's a market for it. And those markets will determine the value that you get from this refining business. So you can do a 5,000 barrels refinery, create all the heavy distillates, and at the end, you will make marginal value, and that marginal value may be sufficient for small investment. But when you have huge investment, and you are not sure of how you are going to get back your money, nobody will do it. That's why the only refinery that is still now in the offing that will come into operation is the Dangote refinery. This is very simple, because first of all, it is an export-free zone. So that means technically it's a foreign refinery located in our country. Very valid reason to do this, so that you can sell product at the market rate in line with international prices. We are shareholders in that company, that we know that this has value. Now this refinery can create the heavy end, the light end products. That's the expensive part of let me call it the expensive part of the products. And that means you can get back your money, you can buy the crude, process it, and get back your money. And that's what many other initiatives are doing, to see how the light ends are also created in this refinery.
Let me bring...
I come to the vexed issue of the minister allocating 80 million for a national cathedral. Now we have been told that the national cathedral is under the Ministry of Tourism. So we assume that ownership of the cathedral will be the state, not the church. A contradiction. The state, not the church. That is a major contradiction. That a church will run under the supervision of a ministry is repugnant to the provisions of our Constitution on fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. Let this project be led and owned by the church and not the state. Mr. Speaker, we are not against the principle. What we are against is, how can you now say that you have allocated 80 million for cathedral? In the last budget, we were told that it emerged from contingency vote. So at least a motion of censure have served a purpose. Now he is reporting that give me approval to spend 80 million on a cathedral. We will do so because, Mr. Speaker, we must keep the unity of this country. Ghana is rated and respected as one of the few countries where religious tolerance and religious coexistence is high. But Mr. Speaker, how can you say that I'm building a cathedral of $400 million at the instance of the state in these trying times? So the question we are asking is the construction of a cathedral, when you cannot buy textbooks for people, your priority? If it is your priority, it is not the priority of this group here. But we support the principle that you may want to support a church to have an edifice of a cathedral, but focus on prioritization. When children cannot afford to have even proper meals under your free senior high school and other thing, you want to spend $400 million. One, the $400 million, how was it determined? We demand value for money. Procurement, how was it undertaken? We demand openness and transparency when it comes to that.
Yesterday's approval of the budget principle does not constitute approval of the budget. So, for the record, the budget has not been approved yet. There are processes, approval processes. First, there is the need for Parliament to debate the principles of the budget and consider approval. Subsequently, Parliament, after debating, voted on the principles and got it approved. But it should be noted that we in the minority has indicated that going forward, we have zeroed in into certain things that we believe is wrong, and therefore we will not support its approval. Number one, there are a number of tax measures that has been introduced. Government requested Parliament to approve 23 measures, 23 tax measures. We have noticed that out of the 23 measures, 2 of them are measures that we cannot support. The first one has to do with the VAT, value added tax, and the second one has to do with the VAT, the e-levy exemptions, threshold exemptions. First, on the VAT, our position is clear. We in the minority, particularly the NDs, we are a Social Democratic Party. We believe in taxation. We believe particularly in progressive taxes. But obviously, in as much as we are the ones that introduced VAT first in this republic, we think that, one, this is not the time to increase VAT. At a time that inflation has imposed inflation tax on certain goods and services, to the extent that prices of goods and services has sometimes doubled, in some cases tripled, we believe that this is not the time to introduce VAT. So we are asking the government to hold on to that policy until the future. When there is stability, you can introduce VAT. Inflation is skyrocketing. In the last 10 months, inflation has moved from 13% to 40%. So obviously, cedis has depreciated badly. Now the government is telling us that they are going to introduce benchmark value discount, remove the discount. Obviously, that will result in an increase in duties. So this isn't the time to impose VAT on additional VAT on the people of Ghana. So we've zeroed in that, and obviously that is our position as a caucus, and we will object to it. And we will vote first from the committee and second on the floor. We have also said that, in the government's own words, they indicated to us during the e-levy debate that poor people will not be made to pay e-levy, obviously because their income is not good enough. And so therefore government intended to remove, exempt them. And so they introduced a threshold of 100 Ghana cedis. But let it be noted that this 100 Ghana cedis, at the time they introduced e-levy to today, the value of the 100 cedis has been eroded because of inflation and the cedi depreciation and other things. So even if you are to look critically at the 100 cities, the value of the 100 cities yesterday, at the time they introduced, is about 40 cities today. So why should we allow them to go ahead and do this kind of exemption? So we'll vote against that one as well. Then apart from that, we have again identified certain expenditure handles and believe that those expenditure handles should not be made to pass. An example, this government, again, as part of their budget, had said that they have created a contingency vote worth 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. We think it is inappropriate. We think we should reject it, and we'll take it at the committee and deal with it and bring a report appropriately. We have also said that at the time that the country is in crisis, even though we are Christians and we believe in a religion, obviously I am a very staunch Christian. I do not believe that this is not the time to use state money to build a cathedral. In fact, the Catholic Bishop Conference, the president of Catholic Bishop Conference has said that the National Cathedral is a misplaced priority. And so therefore, we cannot support the building of cathedral at this point. And so the expenditure in that must also be removed. So we have a number of things that we've said we are going to oppose. Then the almighty debt restructuring. Unfortunately, it's not before Parliament. The government is trying to bypass Parliament, and we will insist that this is brought to us for us to scrutinize it. We are the people's representative and not any other people, and so we should have a voice in approving this so-called debt restructuring or debt exchange, they call it. We are waiting for that. So please, we can assure you that the budget process is not yet complete. Our position is that the bills that will come to Finance Committee and obviously to Parliament will go through proper scrutiny. Then the estimate that needs to be approved, we will also look at it and where possible exert our authority on those ones as well. So the budget process is not approved. We are yet to approve the appropriations bill. We are yet to approve the estimate for the ministries, departments and agencies. We are yet to look at the finance and fiscal bills that will be brought before us. So let no one, for the record, let no one create an impression that the budget has been approved. What was done yesterday was the principles of the budget. Obviously, a budget will have both sides, good side and the bad side. We cannot reject the entire principles because there are certain things that you can say, obviously, is good. There are things like people's salary. Are you telling us in difficult times like this that obviously people are struggling to survive? You are going to ensure that they are not going to get their wages and salaries. I think that will not be right on our part, and there's the need for us to do what is right.
Yesterday, Parliament went through a major constitutional exercise and process of oversight in approving the policy principles of the 2023 budget statement. Let me state with emphasis that the approval process of the 2023 budget is not over yet. It's not over yet. And the public should have faith and trust in the minority in exacting accountability and in standing strong with them. Yesterday's decision, yes, you are justified to be critical of Parliament and to be critical of the minority, but the consequences of not approving yesterday's policy principles are even more graver than not approving it at all. And therefore, you need to appreciate what we will subject the 2023 entire budget approval process to. We are not for the 2.5% VAT increase. We are not for debt exchange, debt restructuring, because it's not consistent with contractual law and obligations. And we are for expenditure cut. But we demand the details through a process that the ranking member of finance will take you through.
us what is the program about?
This is the first Africa Bitcoin conference we are holding in Accra, Ghana. And the goal is to bring the large Bitcoin community, the global community, to Africa to meet with the local community, to engage in conversations that help people understand what Bitcoin is, to realize the potential that it provides for financial freedom, economic growth, to cut dependency from the political systems and the economic systems that have been preventing citizens from accessing money in an equal way. And to do that, we need to have a whole community of users, of developers, of technologists, of scientists, of economics who come together and try to see how this novel technology can truly contribute to liberating people in the global south from abusive monetary systems. And for a country like Ghana, for example, you have a currency that has been depreciating like crazy all year, and this is having a real-time consequences on the livelihood of citizens. Of course, Bitcoin is not perfect, but Bitcoin, we want it to be understood for people to see that it is a currency that literally is not generated by central banks, that cannot be controlled by the banks, and that cannot default like the ones controlled by the banks. We also want to provide opportunity for young African entrepreneurs to be able to take their rightful place into building solutions that solve the real life issues that Africans are facing in terms of accessing financial resources.
I think we need to be quite clear about this. Like, the system is designed so that it's kind of like a drug dealer. Like the World Bank or IMF are dealing the drug of debt. Debt is the drug. And the corrupt governments are very happy to, they want the drug, they're addicted to the drug. So to end it, you would need to go to rehab. You'd just stop taking the drug. That's very difficult. Nobody wants to stop. The drug dealers want to keep giving the money because they make money off of it, right? The resources are flowing this way. And then the local leader is addicted, and he doesn't have to pay back the loan because people do sometime later. So whether it was Abacha in Nigeria, or someone in Southeast Asia like Marcos in the Philippines, or Mobutu in Zaire, or Portillo in Mexico. All these guys over the decades, they didn't have to pay back the debt. Their people did. And when they went back to the IMF and said, well, we ran out of money, they would just give them more money. So there is no way to change the system as is. You would need to completely change the paradigm. Now, we're at a Bitcoin conference, and I think there is a chance that over the next few decades, the monetary system changes. Currently, we're in a credit fiat-based international system where my country, the United States, can print the reserve currency. Ghana can't do that. If Ghana wants tractors, or Ghana wants to purchase international services, they have to export stuff like cotton or gold and earn dollars to pay for that. Okay, they also have to earn dollars to pay back their debt. They can't print. You can't buy stuff in international markets with cedis, right? So that forces your country to grow in a certain way. My country can just print whatever it wants, so it grows in a different way, right? So that's because we have different currencies. The whole world is segregated into all these different fiat currencies. This is the system we're in. If we are on one monetary standard, maybe 20, 30 years from now, the world could be on a Bitcoin standard. It's not going to solve all the problems, but it really changes things, because all of a sudden, no country has a special privilege. Every country uses the same currency, and no country can sit there and print its way out of problems at the expense of others. That's what my country does. We raise the cost of capital, or we create inflation elsewhere to help with us in our country. We depress wages in your country so that we can have higher standard of living in ours. The only way to short circuit this system is to change the fundamental nature of what money is. And that's why we're very optimistic here at the Bitcoin conference. So the way that the international financial system works is that rich countries deposit funds in the IMF and World Bank, and they are creditors to those institutions, and then poor countries borrow money. They borrow money for industrial projects, dams, agricultural modernization. That all comes from the World Bank, and then they also borrow large chunks of money to address balance of payments issues. So basically when they go broke, when they run out of money, they get a bailout from the IMF. So those two institutions give out enormous sums of money. I mean, we're talking between them more than $1 trillion that they have in terms of a lending capacity. And the problem is that this debt is not a gift, right? So anyone who has a credit card understands when you borrow, you have to pay back more. You have to pay back principal plus interest. So a lot of developing nations in the 60s and 70s and 80s borrowed a lot. I mean, they borrowed a lot. They borrowed a ton of money, and what ends up happening is they have to pay it back plus. So you have, what ends up happening is you have a resource drain. So instead of the common myth is that rich countries give aid to poor countries or they assist poor countries. The reality since 1982 is that the flow of funds internationally has been from poor countries to rich countries. And today it's a pretty sizable gap. So for example, in 2012, about 1.2 or 1.3 trillion dollars flowed into poor countries or developing world countries. It's aid, assistance, income, investment, remittance, all that stuff going in. 3.3 trillion flowed out. Okay, so you have a resource drain. You have the North benefiting from the South. You have wages in the South being deflated and depressed to increase the quality of life of people in the North. And this is just not something that people really understand. So I wanted to give a presentation about that. And it applies to Ghana because Ghana is about to get its 17th bailout from the IMF. And what does that mean? That's going to mean currency devaluation, shrinking bank credit, removal of state investment in education and healthcare, and this maybe like a ceiling on wages and end to sort of gasoline subsidy, some sort of mix of that. They'll have to agree to take the money. So it's basically they have to figure out how to cut expenses. That's what the IMF wants to see, and they want to do that because they want the country to produce more for the outside world. So they want more exports. So in Ghana's case, stuff like gold or cotton, right? Countries in this region were traditionally engineered by the IMF and World Bank to produce things like cotton so that rich countries could take it, or so that other countries like China could take it. It is a staggering process and outcome. What it really has done is it's taken countries which were poor but could feed themselves, and it's made them still poor, but also now they can't feed themselves. So you've gone from poor and independent to poor and dependent. So to give you an example, Africa as a continent imports 85% of its food. This is outrageous. I mean, that continent should produce all of its food. That's not because Africa's doesn't know any better or doesn't have the skills or any of this stuff. No, it's because it was colonized and then it was engineered by foreign powers with the consent of dictators. So corrupt dictators work hand in hand with the IMF and World Bank to put their population deeper and deeper into debt.
In the spirit and the dictates of this vision to build an economy anchored on digitalization, the government of President Akufo-Addo since January 2017 has been at the forefront of providing improved public service delivery using digital solutions. One key area we have been pursuing aggressively is the social services and health services delivery to the population. So what we are pursuing now going forward is that medical records and the history of patients will be gathered under a single database which can be accessed by any networked hospital when the patient visits. So we've embarked on the connection of health facilities under the Ghana Health Services on one digital platform. So for all the teaching hospitals and all the regional hospitals, we've connected them and they can talk to each other. In fact, this is taking place under the Lightwave project. And so far, the idea is to network all hospitals in Ghana. So far, we have completed 147 hospitals under the Lightwave project. In Tamale Teaching Hospital in the northern region, it is part of it. It means that if you go from any of these networked hospitals, from Tamale to Kumasi, Komfo-Anokye, or to Kolebu, you don't need to carry your file again to Kolebu or Komfo-Anokye. You just arrive and give them your number. They'll get all your data in the hospital for you. And they will tell you, you took this medicine, this is the history. The goal for us is that by next year we would reach 80% of all hospitals, and by 2024, 100% of all hospitals in Ghana will be networked. Another area where we have used digital technology to advance access to healthcare is through medical drones. Today, Ghana has 6 medical distribution centers for drones. 6. Omenako, Mpanya, Vopsi, Sefiwioso, Enum, and which is in the eastern region, and Ketikrachi. And these 6 centers are delivering massive services and saving lives every day across the country. So far, the drones have done 278,936 flights. 278,936 flights. When a drone is flying, it is taking urgently needed medicine, blood, anti-snake vaccines, all of those things are being taken. So they've done 278,936 flights. And they've delivered over 12 million deliveries, including 8.6 million medical products, 1.9 million child immunization vaccines, and 1.9 million COVID vaccines. Third area is the e-pharmacy. The e-pharmacy is very, very important. Patients or people generally face difficulties when they are trying to find medicines in pharmacies. It is also difficult to tell whether the drugs are genuine or fake. There is also the problem of drug abuse with prescription drugs like tramadol. To address these problems, in 2019, I challenged the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana to digitize the operations of pharmacies in Ghana. Following this and working with my office and the Ghana Health Service and the Pharmacy Council and the NHIS, the Pharmacy Council, in collaboration with the private sector, has completed the work on a digital platform for all pharmacies in Ghana and has done the pilot. So basically, the digital e-pharmacy platform will offer the opportunity to everyone through a mobile phone to upload your prescriptions and find out which pharmacies near you have the drugs. Secondly, you can compare the prices for the same drug offered by different pharmacies, and you can buy from the lowest price pharmacies. You will be also able to pay with your mobile money or your scan and pay, and then you can have the medicines delivered to you at home because they know your digital address. They will bring the medicine to you at home. On December 19th, 2018, the government supported management of the NHIS to launch a mobile renewal system to enable members whose cards have expired to conveniently renew their cards. And this has been very, very important. At present, over 16 million people are active members of the scheme, representing 54% of the population, an increase from 40% in 2019. Out of this number, over 80% are old members who use the mobile application to renew their membership. And this has reduced the queues as well as the crowding at the offices of the NHIS. Digitalization has made it possible by just dialing star 929 hash and follow through the process to instantly renew your card without traveling to the office to queue. The good news is that the board and the management of the NHIA scheme has gone one step further to make it possible for people to use the mobile application to register as new members using your Ghana card. Today, this mobile application, which is called My NHIS app, My NHIS app. Today, this mobile application will be launched to enable people to sit in the comfort of their home, or even when they are in a car, not driving of course, to sit in the comfort of their homes, wherever, or offices, and register to join the NHIS. It will also enable members of the scheme to renew their membership and that of third parties and access the frequently asked questions. The My NHIS app, therefore, serves as an NHIS office in your homes or in your pockets. The new NHIS mobile app will operate both on Android and iOS smartphones and will allow NHIS members to securely pay registration and membership renewal fees from their mobile money wallets. Ladies and gentlemen, embedded in the My NHIS app is a member authentication feature to enable healthcare providers validate the membership status of members of the scheme before providing healthcare to them. This feature of the application will also help to reduce spurious claims ranging from impersonation and claims manufacturing resulting from collusion between NHIS clients and healthcare providers. I want to say, when you think about it, Ghana is using digitalization to help our people. We are networking all our hospitals. We've launched the National Electronic Pharmacy platform. We are delivering medicines through drones. We are linking the NHIS with the Ghana card. We have electronic medical claims. We have NHIA electronic receipting platform, electronic membership renewal. And by the grace of God, I would like to declare that we are launching the My NHIS application officially. Thank you for your attention. God bless you and God bless our homeland Ghana.
Today's event is a telling one. It is testament to what our collectiveness as a Ghanaian people and our resolve as one nation can achieve, irrespective of our partisan political differences. This project that has been commissioned here predates His Excellency the President, but this is one sterling example of how governance as a continuum benefits the ordinary Ghanaian people.
Mr. President, it is on record that since you assumed office as the President of the Republic of Ghana, your investment in the railway sector within these few 6 years far outweigh all the collective investment in the railway sector in the past 16 years. This railway project crossing the River Volta is one of the first of its kind in West Africa. I want to say a very big thank for your innovation.
We are met here today to commission this very important road bridge, the Afenia Road Over Bridge project, which is being constructed as part of the new 97.7 kilometer standard gauge railway line from Tema to Mpakadan. The project, a brainchild of the first MPP government of 2001 to 2009, when the highly respected Christopher Amiyao Akumfi was Minister for Ports, Harbors, and Railways, was conceived to create a multimodal transportation network involving road, rail, and lake transportation, which will facilitate the haulage of cargo and the movement of people from the southern part of the country to the northern sector through a mix of intermodal transport systems. Currently, the transportation of domestic freight and transit freight between Accra, Tema, and northern Ghana, and further to Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, is essentially road-based via Kumasi, Tamale, Bogatanga, Navrongo, and Paga. This overdependency on our road network, coupled with the lack of other transport alternatives, particularly between Accra and Kumasi, has resulted in congestion, rapid deterioration of roads, and increases in road accidents. The project will address the imbalance between transport modes for long-distance transit and domestic freight movements from Accra, Tema, northwards, and vice versa, using the Volta Lake transport system. In particular, existing port operations at the Tema port will be improved, resulting in reduced vessel waiting time, container dwelling time, which will improve the competitiveness of the port, as well as lead to reduction in freight transport costs and enhance safety. Transporting freight and transit cargo via the lake transport system reduce cost of shipment and, by extension, reduce the cost of doing business in Ghana. Not only will it increase transit cargo volumes through the lake, but will also expand domestic shipments to and from the lake and will serve as a boost for agricultural enterprises within the environs of the lake. The Tema Makbadan Bwipe multimodal transport project, when successfully completed and operationalized, will link the Tema port to the lake transport network, especially the north-south movement over a distance of some 400 kilometers, and open up the lake to the transportation of not only fuel and cement, but also containerized cargo and agricultural produce from the northern enclave in Afram Plains to the port of Tema and other destinations. Other economic benefits of the project include: 1, reduction of pressure on the road network, including the Eastern Corridor roads, which are under vigorous construction, thereby reducing their early deterioration and increasing their service life span. 2, minimization of the cost of transportation of bulk commodities, containers, and agricultural produce to the ports and other destinations. 3, provision of affordable, reliable, and alternative means of transport for passengers who are not served by the road transport system along the corridor. And 4, construction, operation, and maintenance works of the railway infrastructure, which will provide direct and indirect employment to a significant number of Ghanaians. Ladies and gentlemen, this ceremony is part of a series of infrastructural projects lined up in the railway sector to develop and extend railway service across the length and breadth of the country. I want to reaffirm my commitment and determination to provide an enabling environment and support for the development of a modern railway system that will not only benefit the present generation, but also generations yet unborn. Before I conclude, I want to put on record that in the last 5 years of my administration, more construction activity in the railway sector has gone on than in any period since independence. We've laid a solid foundation which will receive an even greater impetus by the end of my tenure in 2025. My commitment to the development of a new modern standard railway network is unwavering. Accordingly, Nenen, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare the Afenya Road Over Bridge duly commissioned.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. No, mommy, I could concern. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted. Instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 What first transaction? What is send this car coffee no? Dialogue to lemon and finance.
See how we address me and you. We have covered our balls. That we are just like goats and dogs. It should be handy. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free.
Data has shown that about 3 million babies have been born through the in vitro fertilization process, commonly known as IVF. It is gaining popularity as one of the ways through which people can make babies artificially. What is the process like? What does it take to have an IVF? And which people qualify to have an IVF? Today I'm at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center to find all these answers for you. But before I introduce my guests, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. So you're welcome back from that short break, and I'm here with a principal fertility specialist at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. His name is Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
So
Yes.
today we want to talk about IVF. I know the full name is in vitro fertilization, if I'm right.
Yes.
What is IVF?
IVF, in vitro fertilization. I think before you understand what it really means, you must know what is the normal. And the normal is any couple who want to get a baby, there are certain 4 things which have to be satisfied.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the sperm of the man. 2, the egg of the woman. The egg and the sperm, they meet in the place called the fallopian tube. So egg, sperm, they meet in the tube. That's where fertilization takes place. So in normal settings, normal life, fertilization of a woman's egg is in the fallopian tubes. After the fertilization, the fertilized egg would drop down to settle in the uterus, in the womb. So these are the 4 things which are required for any couple to get a baby. The womb, the sperm, the egg, the fallopian tubes where fertilization takes place. And then it settles in the womb. 4 things, always. But for some reason, you cannot have the fertilization inside the womb of the woman. And fertilizing an egg, or the woman's egg, with the sperm outside the woman's body is in vitro fertilization. And in vitro means outside the body. It's a Greek expression for in glass. So in vitro fertilization simply means fertilizing the egg of the woman or whatever outside her body.
Right. So when are couples supposed to go for an IVF?
Which indirectly means what are the reasons for IVF? So after an egg is fertilized in vitro, we put the resulting fertilized egg, which is now called embryo, we put it inside the womb and let the thing grow, and eventually the baby is born after 9 months or so. Now, anything which will obstruct you from getting a baby may lead on to getting that fertilized egg outside the woman's body. Anything. And I group them into four reasons where how pregnancy takes place. So if there's a problem with the egg itself, I start with the egg. I start with then followed by the sperm, and then where fertilization takes place, the tube, and then it settles in the womb. So I simply have to go through this for egg production. Sometimes the woman, you do everything, you are able to give all those things, you think everything else is normal, but no pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it eventually ends up with us bringing the egg out and fertilizing outside. That's doing the IVF. The next one is the sperm. Assuming everything is normal, and then the sperm is sort of deficient. It's not. If you introduce a sperm through the normal way, they won't be able to reach the egg itself. In that case, even the sperm, defective sperms, we can use the defective sperm in an IVF setup. normally you need 500,000 sperms to fertilize one egg in normal life.
Yeah.
But if the sperm is defective, what we do is we take the egg, get the best out of the sperm, which is good, mix them outside. So that becomes an IVF due to low sperm raising. And again, on the other hand, in certain situations, the sperms are so low, it cannot be used even in simple IVF setup. So we have to take one sperm, take one egg, and ourselves inject that sperm into the egg. And the process is called ECSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection.
Okay, so if there's a case where maybe the sperms are the problem, the woman is okay and everything, they still have to do an IVF to be able to get a baby?
Not necessarily. If all is well with the woman and the sperm cells are not good at all, unfortunately, we have to do an IVF. But if at some stage the sperms are good, are not good, but they are not that bad, we can wash them, sieve them, and do a process called IUI, intrauterine insemination. But even that, it means we are preparing the sperm to inject into the womb for the sperm to go and meet the egg inside the tube. But some are so weak they cannot. Look, you measure sperm quantity in millions. If you do a sperm check, they will tell you the normal is 10 million per mil, or 20 million and above for the whole thing. And then, so you wonder why all these 20 millions, but you need only one sperm. And that is where ICSI comes in, or IUI comes in. But unfortunately, if you do IUI, you don't actually see the problem if it fails, if it doesn't work. You wouldn't know. Why? Yeah, but with IVF, you can see fertilization. You can see that there's something going on. Unfortunately, the baby is not well formed, and eventually it may not happen.
So I was asking, what's the chance when I do an IVF that it will be successful? Because it's just like science. Medicine is not always
Exactly. It is not exact. You think you are succeeding. At the end of it, the whole world is about 37% chance of getting a success with the first IVF, with a single IVF. The whole world. Not certain places a little bit higher due to maybe superior conditions or techniques or whatever. It's a slightly higher, but it's ours. We are an average of 50 point something. And it fluctuates. It depends on who you are dealing with. An elderly person going through a normal IVF, the chances are not as high compared to a younger person aged in the 20s and things. If other things are okay, but an IVF is required, they have a higher chance of, sometimes over 70%, 77% chance of getting pregnant.
Because I was going to ask what age it is best advisable to have an IVF.
The best age to have a baby in any woman is 22. Huh? 22 years is the best age to have a baby. This thing is stuck in my brain for a long, long time since I was. It's the best age. The younger you are, it's not that good for a young girl of 18, 19 to have a baby. The older you are, then it's going towards, women have an expiry date. From 35 onwards, your fertility potential drops drastically, declines. So if you are 35, so for instance, if you come to me at the age of 28 or 24, 6, and that you have an infertility problem, it will take time to go through. But if you are already 35 plus, we wouldn't give you the normal time that people expect you to get pregnant. No, we'll start investigating immediately. Because as the older you are, the less likely your fertility potential.
That's very interesting, quite intriguing. 22 years is the best
Age for having a baby.
The longer it takes, the higher your chances.
Yes.
Yes. So, how is the procedure like? Is it painful? Is it stressful?
Okay.
Is it expensive?
Let me start from the bottom. Expensive, yes, it is. But comparatively to other nations, I think we are very cheap in Ghana.
Like how much?
Normally, in the US, for instance, you spend more than $15,000 to go through an IVF procedure. Ghana is roughly about $5,000. Max, dollars, roughly. And it depends on various units. You know, there are some units which are, we all differ a bit, but averagely, in fact, I was estimating, we were much less than the $5,000, but, and because the exchange rate, that's a problem. But that's the average cost of, we don't charge in dollars, we charge in cedis. Then, in fact, I was having a headache. I was taking paracetamol. I was squeezing my face just to take the tablets. Everything is uncomfortable in medicine, but we try to limit the pain as much as possible. Is it painful? What is IVF? How do we do it? We do that by giving you a series of injections. It takes you about 2 weeks. Every day you have to take that injection. And then once you get to a level where we are putting the baby inside, there are another series of injections until the baby is well established, which takes another month or 2. So injections itself in IVF is very, very uncomfortable. People complain a lot that sometimes my buttocks is swollen and that. So that's number 1, where you experience pain. 2, when it's time to go and you've produced the eggs, you've got to collect the eggs from the woman, and that is called egg retrieval. That's the second part of IVF. And of course, we use some long needle through the vagina using an ultrasound to prick. So it's not a major operation. It's an uncomfortable situation where you use a needle to go and aspirate all the eggs. And after that, 20, 30 minutes, they are gone. They go home. After that, but the procedure is uncomfortable. So we give you something called conscious sedation. Conscious, you are but you are fully sedated, no pain, nothing, and it's a very brief period. normally not more than 20-30 minutes for the egg collection, depending on the number, some 10. So yes, that bit is a bit uncomfortable. So you feel some pain. Your eggs are fertilized outside, and 5 days later, we have to put the eggs into the womb. And that one, it's ideally it's not painful. It's just like having a normal relation with your husband. You know, you feel something being down there. Minutes, seconds, you push the baby inside.
So how's sperm collection like from the man?
How do we collect the sperm? We don't put needles and things like in the woman, but the main source is from masturbation. You know what that is? Yes. Have you done it before?
I'm not a boy. I'm not a man.
So they masturbate and then see the fluid coming out, and sometimes it's very difficult for the clients, the patients. And I'm sorry, I made a joke with it, but some need their wives to come and help them to do that. We resist or whatever you call it, from having sex in order to produce the sperm. That you lose a lot, especially the initial sperms, you know. You may lose them, but that's where the concentrated things may be.
Okay.
So having sex to produce sperm, it's you don't advise. On the other hand, there are certain cases where there is no sperm. Normally, we have to dig into the testis area and aspirate some sperms. This is a special condition where there are no sperms even when they make their normal ejaculation, no sperm. So we have to find some sperm around the testis there and aspirate to use it to do the IVF.
Right. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll go for a quick break where we speak to one of the people who have undergone IVF. She'll share her experience with us and how the whole process was for her. When we come back, we'll speak more to Doc. So currently I'm with Akosia. She's had an IVF procedure and she was successful. So she's going to share with us what she went through, how the process was like for her. Hello Akosia, and thank you for speaking to us today. So I just want to know how your IVF process was like.
Oh, by God's grace, I would say mine has been successful all the time because I think I first came here 2014 and I'm in a distance marriage. So it's like, oh, you are okay, nothing is wrong, so let's give you medication, then you try your natural cycle. We tried it up till 2017 still. Then the doctor said, then let's go and do IVF. So we've learned a whole lot of stories. When you go do IVF, first time it's not successful. You have to do multiple times, blah, blah, blah. So it's like I was scared, but I held on to my faith. So with my first attempt, like medication, first they'll give you medication. I think they said my problem was PCOS. Okay. PCOS, so they will give you medication to boost the eggs, then the maturity of the eggs, everything becomes successful, then they retrieve the eggs. So after the retrieval of the eggs, they're expecting that within the next 5 days, you'll be fine for them to transfer the embryos. But with my first 5 days, I had something called OHSS. With that one, you bloat, then you vomit, like you cannot even eat. You feel hungry, but you cannot eat, and it's like you are not by yourself. So because of that, I cannot take it on the 5th day. So you have to treat me and wait till the next month. So by God's grace, the next month when I came, they transferred and everything was fine. I think my first pregnancy was triplets, but along the line, it's like two couldn't stay and left with one. And people were saying, hey, IVF, they will stitch your womb, do blah, blah, blah. But with God's grace, they didn't stitch my womb. Everything was successful. My girl is now 4 years, TikTok girl. And I think later on, we said, oh, we want more. So after 2 years, we came back again to do the same thing again. That one too was successful. I had a successful pregnancy. But just that along the line, I had an ovarian cyst which ruptured. So now I couldn't control the pain with the pregnancy. So they have to remove the pregnancy. So with that, everything got a treatment. I have to take time before. Then I came again. So when I came again, it's like that one too. After the retrieval of eggs, because mostly it's like I go for 15 eggs, 17 eggs, but with this one I hated 36 eggs. So that means it wasn't easy. So I bloated. My stomach was like 8-month pregnancy. I was 5 cry. So they have to treat me again. And with that one, I was like always, I think I'm strong. So sometimes I even go home and come back for the treatment, then go back again. So with this one, as soon as I went home, they told me I should stay because I'm not looking well. And I saw then I said I'll go home because mostly when I finish, I drive and go back home. And he said, hey, so is that what you've been doing? It's not good, it's serious. You have to stay. So I didn't stay. I didn't mind them. Then I went home, oh, I fainted. So that means I have to rush back. I said it's my own assorting. But I can say when I came back, the treatment, one thing I like about them is no matter what, they have time, they have patience, they will talk to you well, and they will call you to check on you. Even I can say I have almost all of them. They are anonymous. My husband too. In case of anything, even in the night, my husband will call them. My wife is not feeling fine. They will call you, come wherever the medication is. They will try and take the medication so you'll become fine. So with that one too, I had to wait again, then come and do the transfer again. And one good thing is mostly the semen they use is not fresh because my husband is not around. So mostly it's stored semen. So just imagine the owner of the hospital will tell you that we are good because imagine the stored semen that we use for it. It's a stored semen, and even after that they have to store the embryos too for like 3-4 months before they transfer. Yeah. With some people, their man will be there, the owner, they take the semen and put it in. But with my, not that way. But at the end of the day, I get successful results. Me, fine, they are doing their job. But I believe in God too. I know without God, nothing can be possible.
So one last thing I want to ask is, how was the journey like emotionally? How were you feeling about it?
It's not easy because last time I told one lady at the front desk, climbing this staircase up there, having hope. What pains me is you have to always come for injections. There is not the medication alone that you take alone. The injections alone you take, especially before they will retrieve the eggs, and after the retrieval and the transfer, you have to take an injection again. That injection, the one giving you the injection is not painful. The injection, adrena kasana, they give it to you, and after that you could say otonya yeah. So me, if somebody is sitting somewhere and especially you come and beat my daughter there, I'll kill you. Yes, because the pain and emotionally alone. Because last year when I miscarried, it's like when I'm walking, I've been crying because after that, you have to also see the doctor, come again for that ovarian cyst that I had because of the PCOS that I have. It's likely that it will come, so it's not their fault. It's normal. The experience emotionally. Just imagine somebody sitting there. The husband is sitting beside her. The lady was crying. When I got there, she was crying. I was said, "Fire." I said, "It's painful." And I said, really, it's painful. Go and ask her if it is painful. How many eggs did you get? She would tell you like 10, 15, but me 37 eggs. Even if it was painful, I didn't cry. Who did I go and cry to? My husband is not here. My mother is not here. So I just keep quiet and lie down and fold my arms. So emotionally, it's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. She says the process, even though quite painful, is worth it at the end of the day. Let's go back to Doc and conclude the conversation. Yeah, welcome back. So I'm seated back with Doc. In this part, we're going to talk about some of the controversial things that we've heard people say about IVF. What women who go through IVF are supposed to do, some of the facts, the misconceptions, and all of those things surrounding it. Doc, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So,
Thank you.
Personally, I've heard people say that when you have an IVF, the likelihood of getting 2 or more babies is very high. I've seen someone who has given birth to 4 quadruplets, and everybody said, well, she did an IVF, and she also confirmed that she did an IVF. So, what's the chance of getting multiple babies from an IVF? And if that is very true, why is it the case?
Yes. Normally, you've stimulated, you get a lot of eggs. You fertilize them. Sometimes you get as much as 10, 15 fertilized eggs, which are called embryos. So, actually, we discuss with the patient, how many do you want to put in? And some of them who have been, yearning for a baby for a long time, they will tell you, doctor, put 5, doctor, put 4. But elsewhere in the US, UK, you are not allowed to put more than 1. Ghana, we don't have a law restricting us.
Okay.
But I'll tell you soon we will have, because we are working on it, the government and then our association. Together we are working on a draft to regulate these things. And yes, we put, for us, not more than 3. If anybody even wants 3, they have to take special permission from me before I agree. Otherwise, we normally put 1, 2, and yes, sometimes 3. It depends on the way we see your fertility potential. In a young woman, everything seems to be okay. Maybe due to something, the male side, or we try to limit as many as we can. You put 3, you may develop all 3. And that you have the triplets. Some they insist, they really give us tough time. They want, and even for that we make them sign. They want 4. You put it and they would develop quadruplets. But to be honest, with our standard, we find it a failure if somebody has more than 2. You failed. Because 3, 4, you see it you hear it in the news and all that. Really, it's not right. Because the amount of torture the woman goes through to carry these 4 babies is no joke. And why they normally end up having miscarriages. So the higher the order of pregnancy is, the more likely you develop a miscarriage. There are situations where some women themselves, from their family background and all that, they can't develop the higher order multiple babies, and that is not very common.
That is to mean that maybe just one egg was put there, but they may be able to develop twins from that one.
That training from the one egg is commoner and is more, it depends more on the genetics of the, you have a person from a twinning family, it can't easily happen.
Right. So now let's talk about the do's and don'ts. When you are about to get an IVF, what should you do? What should you not do? Your lifestyle.
It's why are you going for the IVF? Whatever is preventing you from getting pregnant, if it's preventable, you should try to avoid it. Smoking, you drinking so much, even your husband always, drinking so much. And this is part of the process of not getting pregnant. Food-wise, there are several conditions which is related to diabetes, for you to have poor egg production. In that case, you have to try and, with the advice of the doctor, to try and sort of manage that situation where your egg production can be. It's a very popular situation called polycystic ovaries syndrome, PCOS they call it. And then in that case, you have to watch what you eat, so as to, limit whatever. Men, usually, when they have poor, low sperm, we encourage them to take honey. And look, see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be handy. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free. Then pregnancy will take place. So avoiding, the root of the pregnancy, non-pregnancy causes could help in the situation. IVF is as simple as that. We promote eggs. So even if your eggs you can't promote it because of some of the conditions I've mentioned, we are not going to succeed, because even though we are doing it, the eggs won't come. Yes, we do get situations where no eggs are produced, and we have to cancel the whole cycle. And so anything which will make you, your initial doctors will tell you regarding do this or that to promote fertility, it's sort of required in general. There are no specific requirement that I'm going for IVF, therefore I should not drink tea, I should not drink coffee, and that sort of thing. I heard them talking about it, but
it's not true. Okay, so
there is no medical basis of it. It's just like the normal care pregnancy thing.
Okay, so can you choose a gender of your child?
Yes, it's possible, but unfortunately we don't do it in Ghana yet. I heard some of our colleagues, they've been trying. We call it pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. It means before the egg gets stuck in there, we manage to bring some out. You take a cell out of the developing embryo and study it for whatever you want to. Apart from sex typing, there are some medical conditions where you can diagnose this before the newly made embryo gets implanted. So they take them to the lab remove one cell from the growing embryo and test it. Sorry. Unfortunately, sex typing, it's supposed to be common, especially with the Nigerians, but it's a very expensive way of going through doing what I just described, PGDs.
Finally, I want to know some of the lifestyle choices that young people can adopt to reduce infertility rates, because sometimes our lifestyles also put us at risk of not being able to produce
Very much.
both in men and women. So before you even get to the point where you need an artificial help to be able to produce, what can you do as an individual to be able to increase
Yes, you learned something from me. I said the best age to have a baby is.
Yes.
So
22.
that's number one. You don't wait and keep it when you are 38, 40, then you come for a baby. And seriously, it seems the infertility has gone up, infertility problem. It's mainly due to the woman's aim to have her own career, and therefore a delay. You are postponing your fertility, and it's not only fertility issues. I'm sure you've heard about something called fibroids. Yes. You've heard about endometriosis. Yes. These are all something to do with not the uterus or the system not having a baby. So fibroids take over, endometriosis take over. My mother had me when she was 46 years. Can you imagine? At that time, as if there are no endometriosis and no fibroids. Why? And after me, 46, there were three, a twin and a terrier. That was my mother. Now, from the little you have gotten from me, how did it occur? How 46 she was still having a baby? Because she started very early and continued every 2 years, like that.
So the spacing to is a factor.
I mean, we're talking of the scientific aspect of it. I'm not trying to be controversial, but it's a fact that as you delay your fertility thing, these diseases are mentioned, fibroid, and they take over because of what we call estrogens, which come up and they stimulate the growth of the fibroids very much, stimulate. And then at the end of it, you are struggling. Every year, every woman was born with a number of fixed eggs. Listen to this portion. At birth, you have about 1 million to 2 million eggs in you as a baby. Then, as you grow, 10, 12, 11, you have your first menstruation. That is called menarche. You have lost about 30% of your endowed eggs. And every month that you menstruate, about 40 to 50 eggs come out for only one to stick his neck out. It will also answer you, are there problems with IVF because you are producing more eggs? Is she going to be able to, the eggs that you lose during IVF or you make, you would have lost them anyway in a normal brusher. So yes, age at which you have your family is very important. Younger girls, you should be very careful. You should be very careful not to have your tubes damaged from miscarriages, abortions, and things like that. That's very important for the younger ones. Inordinate sex, infections down there, tuber damage, eventually no baby. If, for both sides, male and females, if you had any issues about fertility, don't waste too much time. You go and see the doctor. They will assess you. And the other thing is men, they usually blame women for whatever their problems are, but they are equally culpable. But 40% of infertility is due to men.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. He is Principal Fertility Specialist at the Accra Fertility Center, subsidiary of Medifair Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. And he has been speaking to us about IVF, the procedure, the do's and don'ts, and things that as young people we can do to enhance our chances of fertility. My name is Stella J. Jomsugi.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. No, Mommy, I could concern. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so dear. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What is send this car coffee no? Dial to Lemon and Finance.
Welcome to Sports Check with me, Perez as well. Today, I speak to a man who I've said need no introduction because he has been in this business for decades. He has also ventured into sports administration where he is the lead face for basketball in the country as well as the manager of the greatest African boxer ever. Yao Sechi Afari is my guest on Sports Check today. And after this break, we talk basketball, his life, and that of the legendary Azumah Nelson. Welcome back from the break. Yao Sechi Afari, the CEO of Right Sports, the manager of Azumah Nelson, the face of basketball in the country. You have a lot of titles.
And sometimes I wonder how I'm able to share my time. But Perez, thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's good to see you.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what someone would ask, why basketball in a country where football or boxing is the first or the second love? Why basketball for you? Why did you make that decision to go into basketball?
And the question I ask people, why not basketball? At the end of the day, there are several sports being promoted in this country. And the last time I checked, over 40 of them with the National Sports Authority. And beyond the federation, private people need to be interested to support the activities of this federation. So my journey or my partnership with basketball started back in 2003.
Wow.
So we're talking 19 years ago. We're talking in 2022, so 19 years ago. And it started as me fulfilling my responsibility as head of events and promotions with Choice FM.
I mean, it's a great journey from where you took it to when, but how difficult has it been for, of course, Coca-Cola have been faithful partners and they keep supporting you, but you know, in our part of the world, people want to see a lot of numbers. They want to see maybe basketball stars in the NBA before they commit some resources to it. So how difficult or easy has it been in your 90-year journey?
It's been difficult. And I always say big ups to Coca-Cola for the support. However, the longest we've gone was back in 2010 where we engaged 8 regions. Then it was 10 regions. Why? Because it's all about budget limitation. If Coca-Cola gives you 100 Ghana cedis and is able to do, let's say, 3 regions, but there are 7 other regions yearning to be part of it. So yes, they are doing their best, but if you had extra resources, you'll be able to do more than you're doing.
Sure.
And so it's been difficult. At this point, I won't say it's as difficult as back then.
Sure.
It's better because basketball popularity is soared. It's been discussed on radio, television, it's everywhere. But we still need enough corporate bodies in that space.
But then, so what would you say for football, for instance? I once said an executive council member saying, if they got, say, $5 million, they will be able to put the league where they think it's supposed to be. Based on your knowledge of the basketball field, how much investment do we think we need if we really, really want to develop the sport?
This question, I haven't put numbers to it, I have to confess. But we need some investment. So I give you an example. We do not have a national indoor arena as I speak with you. The last I checked, Cape Coast had something, but it's not standard for an NBA team to want to come and play here, an European team want to come here on their training tour. So you need investment in that area. You need to build, at least get one in Kumasi, get one in Accra, get one in Takoradi. If you have 4 indoor arenas, minimum seating capacity about 2,500, 3,000, it will completely change the face of basketball in Ghana. I kid you not. We're going to have a lot of teams travel to Ghana. We can hold international competitions here. And only God knows how many kids would, through basketball, access higher education, get employed, and change their life situation and become an inspiration.
I mean, despite all these challenges, you have done really for yourself. And I've followed the basketball for a while, so I know how difficult it's been, I mean, pulling resources together to state some of things, but nonetheless, we've been able to make an impact where we've had stars from this. What are some of the known faces from the Sprite Ball Challenge or from your marriage with basketball that Ghanaians should know?
Known faces that we've invited to Ghana?
No, who you have produced basically?
Oh, so this is the interesting part. We describe ourselves as, and I'm talking about Rice Sports, as enablers.
Sure.
We create the platform that would create other industries or other players out of it. So I'll give you an example. We are promoters. We organize events, get everybody excited, get the media talking about it, get parents coming, get fans excited. But we are not agents. Sure. We don't manage people. Yeah. So we have agents or basketball people who come and sit and identify the players. And it's okay, yeah, I want to work with this boy. I think it's good. I have a connection with this school abroad. And so we don't take credit for everything, but we are the people who bring everybody together. We showcase them and say, what can you do? So out of the work, you now have like Clock. Clock used to play for KSTS, play for Tech. Now Clock is doing basketball attires. He's got a brand company, and we didn't create it, but he takes inspiration from it. Because why? He's seen the need to position himself as a guy who can provide jerseys. Because Yelsichi and his team, we don't produce jerseys. Yeah. So out of the programs, businesses are being formed. Do you understand my point? Yeah. A lot of kids from Sprite Ball are playing in colleges, some are in high school, and all over the place, which can put a list of them there. What we haven't had is okay, who is playing in the NBA, like the notable leagues.
Yeah.
Ben Bentel is not a product of Sprite Ball, but Ben Bentel is a product of the basketball ecosystem in Ghana.
Sure.
And so sometimes you can point to Ben Bentel and say, okay, but at least he didn't survive in the NBA, but at least on the nights drafted 51st by Boston Celtics, you know, that is a product of Ghana.
Do you think that in the near future we're going to see, you know, Ghanaian basketball stars in the NBA? I mean, based on the investment you're making, based on the fact that now there seems to be some interest in the sport as well, or do you think maybe the height factor?
Are we going to see Ghanaians in the NBA and professional leagues around the world? I say a big yes to it. Once we can stay consistent and begin to monitor the progress of these young kids who have had the opportunity to travel abroad to pursue higher basketball and education. So yes, it's an emphatic yes if we're going to see some kids in the NBA.
Do you have some names?
Yes, currently there's a guy called Agbeko, there's a Max Olokwampa, there's this kid also called Senna. A lot of them, I don't keep track of them because, like I said, that's not my space. We don't own these players.
My last question, what's the future of Sprite Ball?
As long as Coca-Cola is committed to this process and they have not indicated anything other than they excited about this opportunity or this platform to see kids grow in the area of basketball and music, we'll continue to be here to do it. And of course, we're open to other businesses that want to come into the space and to help, you know, nurture basketball talents in Ghana. So yes, Sprite Ball has been coming a long way. It's since 2007, and we're still here growing strong.
Congratulations. I mean, you've won some awards as well. You've been featured in the Emmys. So.
Yes. So I remember 2010, we're recognized by SWAG Awards. We're given a Meritorious Awards for the development of basketball. And in New York, there's an award called 3G. And we were there also to receive in 2014, Happy FM organized the Ghana Fan Sports Awards. We also recognized, and in 2017, I think you can see in the background, the big one, the Man of the Year Sports at the Emmy West Africa at Kempinski. It was fantastic. I didn't think I deserved it. I didn't think so because I looked at the category and you had Kwesi Nyantichi, you have Tony Bafu, and I'm like, okay, football people, there we go again. So when my name was mentioned, it took me a second to say, no, hang on, are they just mentioning my name or they're saying I'm the winner? And so you should see that I was running to the front to receive the award, and I dedicated to the basketball people of Ghana.
I mean, congratulations. I mean, it's a good recognition. You've sacrificed a lot for a sport that does not get a lot of funding. You've done so well for it. So, yeah, Sechi has been talking his basketball. We come back from the break and we're going to talk Azuma Nelson. He's also a teacher to one of the most recognized, one of the world-known sports personalities. So we'll be speaking to him about that as well. This is Sports Check and Perez as well. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back from the break, and this is Sports Check with me, Perez as well. We've been speaking to Yasetia earlier, and we talked about basketball, the Sprite Ball Challenge, the good works he's been doing to develop the sport. Now we zoom into another aspect of his life, which is his engagement with the legendary Azuma Nelson. Yeah. So how did you and Azuma Nelson meet? How did it come about? I mean, you have some great relationships.
Yes. Great memories. So every Ghanaian knows Azuma Nelson. Yeah. So just like yourself, I knew Azuma from a distance. But my relationship with him started way back in 2010. Okay. So I'll take you back a bit. When I was working my time at Choice FM, sometime in 2005, I was in the office one Monday morning when I got a call from the receptionist that a white man is looking for me. I said, white man, did he mention my name? He said, yes, he mentioned your name. I said, really? Okay, I'm not expecting any white man, but well, you let him come. So he walks in, I offered him a seat, and then I asked how I can help. And he goes, the Holy Spirit asked me to come and see you. So I had to pull my seat and sit properly. Holy Spirit. Wow. So, and what did the Holy Spirit say? So I was listening to you on Saturday and I was moved to come and talk to you about how you can help me with my youth ministry that I want to set up in Ghana. And I said, okay, what's my role? What do you want me to do? And he said, oh, just to talk about it on radio and then to MC the events as and when we organize that. I said, is that all you need from me? So yes, it's okay. Anything for God, I mean. So we did a few events. He is from the UK. It's called Reverend Martin Reed. So we did a few events. He went back to the UK, but he stayed in touch. So sometime in 2006 or 7 or so, 2010, sometime in March, I got a call from Reverend Martin Reed and said, hey, yo. So Reverend, how are you? So, okay, I need you to assist a friend of mine. And I said, okay, who? He said, Azuma Nelson. I said, which of the Azuma Nelsons? Oh, the boxer. Remember he was at my wedding? I said, yes. So he's doing something and I told him that you can be of help. So I need your permission to send your number to him. I said, no, give me his number, let me call him. I mean, this is Azuma we're talking about. But guess what? Even before he will call me, he's giving my number to Azuma, but wanted to just, be formal about it. So he tossed me Azuma's number. I used to live at Achimota, not too far from Kwame Shobi's boutique, the current Malcolm, which is less than 5 minutes from Azuma's house. So I called Azuma. And so the moment he picked up, he said, Openi. I said, no, I'm a young man. And he said, oh, I got your number from Reverend Martin. He said, yeah, he talked about you. Said, are you home? He said, yes. I said, okay, I'm coming over. And he said, do you know my house? I said, I'm 5 minutes from your house. So really? So I went by, and back then, he was working on, with his team, they were working on a book called 12 Rounds of Boxing and Life.
Okay.
It's a supplementary book approved by the GS for junior high schools and high school students. He relates life in the boxing to life outside the ring. How you need to be focused, God-fearing, yada, yada, yada. So he said, okay, yeah, they're trying to launch a book and they need, people on board. No problem. So I showed up at the meeting a few times. I had a few concerns about how this whole thing was being put together. So I had a private conversation with him. And I said to him, I've looked at the products that you want us to launch. I have a few issues with the product. And knowing the person you are, your name cannot be associated with this. So I made my case. He heard me and he said, okay, can you say it at our next meeting? I said, why not? So at the next meeting, these are big boys. So I had to listen. So towards the tail end of the meeting, then I raised it. I had taken the book, I had circled all the mistakes, and I told the committee that I have looked at the book carefully. I don't think we should launch this book because this is Azuma. I said, why? I said, because I've seen a few mistakes. They've printed 5,000 or 10,000 copies from Australia. I said, we have to throw it away. So Azuma was just quiet, watching the reaction of the people. And I've taken my time and circled the problems. So nobody could argue. So then Samuel Kaiti of blessed memory, who was then the manager of Azuma Nelson, asked me, so what are you suggesting? I said, we're going to throw the books away and reprint them.
About 5,000 copies?
About, I think 5,000 or 10,000 copies printed from Australia. So I said, can I have a soft copy of the book? Then Azuma instructed the secretaries to send it to me. Then I gave the soft, when I received it, I forwarded it to some other people for them to work on it, improve, add some stuff. And then we reprinted it, not in Australia, but we reprinted it in Ghana. And so then Azuma noticed that, okay, this is a young man, a lot of energy, he's here to help, especially from the person who recommended me. And that's how my relationship started with him. So then we started writing about him, streamlining his foundation, Azuma Nelson Foundation. Azuma is a philanthropist, we all know that. Azuma, people love Azuma for many reasons. Beyond his humility, he gives. He's a very generous man. When Azuma was fighting, people were praying for him for different reasons. There were people who saw their school fees in his pocket. There were people who saw their rent issues in his pocket. So they would go on their knees and pray for him, beyond just bringing in national honor. Because anytime Azuma finished fighting and he came back to Ghana, he sat in a seat like this and listened to people tell their problems and gives them money. The people queued in his house. And these are things that people have said it over and over again. We go places and Kwame Sefakan is talking to me about how he helped him before. Azigiza Jr. is talking about how he gave him money to set up a studio. Everybody talks about his generosity. So I noticed back then that, look, there are people also who take advantage of such stuff. Yeah. So we needed to streamline the foundation activities. So anytime people came with problems, you have to refer to me.
But I'm sure there have been a few down moments, maybe not from Azuma himself, but maybe there are certain instances or situations where you were not happy, or you were sad, or you were perhaps angry.
With him?
Not necessarily, but because of your association with him.
Oh, okay. So there have been moments where, because I know so much and how people have abused their relationship with him over the period, and yet Azuma will be laughing with these people. Sometimes I don't get it. Perhaps you understand? Like, because of what I know, I'm like, what kind of man is this? Yes, I know the Bible tells you to forgive, but you know, some people would do you something, you're wondering, why are you still talking to him and being nice and still supporting? And as I said, the man is like, he's just too good. So sometimes I get frustrated over some things that I'm not even supposed to be frustrated. And sometimes also when people, I'm not going to mention a name. So one time, Azuma and I had a meeting with a certain guy. Young guy, made money. You said we should come see, because Azuma built a 6-classroom block at Enuma Papem. And we wanted to have a computer lab. And this guy sold laptops and things. And he said, oh yeah, come with the old man. I really like what he's doing, blah, 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 blah. Perez, if you have a meeting with Azuma and you say 1:30 he's there. I am always the late guy. I think I'm on time, but Azuma is like in time. So you said 2 o'clock. You said 2 o'clock. We got there at 1:45. Sat at the reception. There are cameras all over the place, so you can see that we are there. Yeah. I told the receptionist that, Azuma is here to see this guy. Paris, we are there. It's 2:20. It's 2:30. It's 2:40. It's 3. 1 hour. Somebody came. Some government guy, politician came. Within 2 minutes, enter. So I went to the receptionist and I said, tell him it's very disrespectful. Yeah. If he doesn't have time to see us, he should say. In the next 5 minutes, if he's not ready to see us, it's fine. We have to go. I said, look, tell him that if I came alone, boy, I won't have a problem.
Sure.
But to have the old man seated here for 1 hour without attending to us, it's very disrespectful. So tell him. So I'm sure he had seen my interaction. I don't know how the secretary told him, but within 5 minutes, the secretary came and said, he said we should meet in the boardroom. Mm-hmm. And when he walked in, I said to him, I said, bro, in front of Azuma, I said, bro, that's wrong. I mean, I know you're a big man, you want to help, but Charlie, you don't do that. Yeah. If I came alone, and I repeated, I said, bro, if I came alone, it's different. But to have the man sit here and 1 hour, so yeah, Charlie, you know how the pressure there. I said, no, chill. So if I have the slightest hint that you want to despise, try and misbehave small, I take it very personal, because I have seen how people revere this man. I have seen in New York how immigration officers will abandon their post and run after Zuma for autograph.
Wow.
I have seen how boxers will be gathered in a room and they'll be calling my phone to say, where is Azuma? Because without Azuma, this program is not starting. I have seen in Azerbaijan where the WBC will say, Azuma and Kostazou, you are the only two to meet the president and go on television. I have seen the respect. So when we are here and somebody, small boy, be one misbehave, I take it very personal, but he's calm about it.
What about the higher moments? Your favorite moments with Azuma?
I think my favorite moment, Charlie, favorite moment with Azuma, okay, I don't say this in any, he's a very funny guy.
Really?
Okay, see, Azuma is funny. He's a very quiet, but when he's comfortable, my goodness. And he can tease. So, like,
he doesn't look like it.
Exactly. So that's the interesting part. Like, if he's here, he can drop some comments. You're like, did he just say that? That's Azuma. So there's no dull moments with him. Okay. But I think my highest moments will be, okay, in 2004. 2014 in Las Vegas, December 15 to be precise, when he was crowned WBC's greatest super featherweight boxer of all time. And it was very refreshing. I was with him, I carried the belt, and the accolades, the things the boxers were saying about him. I picked a camera and I was doing an interview, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, all of them. And he would say to Mike Tyson, "Hey, Mike, that's my son." And Mike will say, "Oh," so you can imagine everybody, and these are legends. I see them from afar, but now I am standing next to them. And Azuma is holding my hand and say, "Hey, Mike, that's my son, talk to him." And when the WBC and all these people want to talk to him about their business, he will say, "Talk to my son." I don't know what else, I don't know what greatest moments that is. So I've had several moments with him, but I think the 2014 December 15th in Las Vegas may stand out as one of my moments with him, where I stood there and witnessed him being crowned as the greatest WBC greatest super featherweight boxer of all time.
How does he take all of this? I mean, the fame,
he is super calm.
Respect.
He is super calm. I think fame has never gotten into his head. I don't know how he's able to do it, but he will tell you that if you fear God, you will know that the fame and the money and everything came from above. And so there's a certain source. So if you treat people sharply, you condescend, you disrespect people, God will take that fame from you. So he's very mindful, he's very God-fearing, and when I say God-fearing, proper respect.
Any idea how he got the name Professor?
Oh, it was after this fight against Jeff Fennick in 1992, where there was a very controversial fight. The first one, I think that was in 91 in Las Vegas. Azuma tells me he wasn't feeling too well. He was down with malaria. And Jeff Fennick from Australia is a very aggressive fighter. He used to be a kickboxer. So he's very dirty. And Azuma wasn't completely fit, but he couldn't check out of the fight. So they went ahead and they traveled the distance. They went to the 12th round and the guy did well. So Jeff Fennick expected to be declared the winner and was declared a draw. And he was livid. He was shouting, screaming, accusing everybody, robbery, yada, yada, yada. And Azuma said, "Okay, no problem. You know why? I was not well. You couldn't knock me out. Choose a venue. Tell me where." And in his own words, he said, "Your father can be the judge, your mother can be the referee, your kids can be the fans. It can happen in your bedroom. I'll still knock you out because I was sick. You couldn't do anything about it." So it was after the fight, and then he said, "Oh, this was like a father and son relationship." and then the commentator said, "Oh, it's like a professor." I said, "Oh yeah." So the name actually came from the commentator. So that's a boxing professor who can beat somebody, because he said, "I will beat him and teach him his mistakes."
For someone who is quite unassuming, Azuma did the trash talking quite well. Sometimes I watch some of the things he said privately. I'm like, how can this one be saying this? He's looking like, but he's a great boxer.
He is.
I don't know, but I don't think we'll ever get someone in Ghana here who will fight like him.
Are we ever going to have another Azuma Nelson? Of course, we can have, if the person is ready to pay the price for it. And obviously, the person's name will not be Azuma Nelson, but it could be a Perez, it could be It could be a Yao, it could be a Kojo. But the price will be, will the person stay humble? Will the person be ready to listen? Will the person be God-fearing? Will the person not condescend, despise, and disrespect people? Will the person be serious about his training regime? And everything that goes into building an outstanding boxer. If we have somebody ready to pay that price, then we can have not just a champion that will be a flash in the pan, but a champion who would stay a champion for a very long time.
Some feel that he's our greatest sports personality ever.
Definitely. And of course, Azuma's name transcends just boxing. Azuma's name, you can put philanthropy there. You can put somebody who is a motivator, because in recent times he's not boxing, but he's inspiring and motivating a lot of people. So there are corporate events where Azuma will go and talk to workers on how to persevere for excellence.
I mean, thank you very much, Yasechi Afari, for hosting us.
Welcome.
In your office. This is Sports Check, and Yasechi Afari, the CEO of Right Sports and the manager of Azuma Nelson, has been my guest. We've been speaking basketball as well as the career of Azuma Nelson and what he thinks the legendary boxer's legacy will be. Until we come your way with another edition of the show, I am Perez as well. Yapon.
I'll see Yapon.
Yes, I saw baby come on GhanaWeb TV. Just a drip ne very tight. Just say yes, I share that. So we can minya bling bianca because just a metro diamonds na but well better say so who me say na say yeah come on GhanaWeb TV. Yeah ba chrome has say celebrity news, just fillers trends be akoso na just say near showbiz industry just say am abroni ma be sang ni na ego man na watch it very special. Afi 2022 where yeah very last episode of come on to say the mebo modern ade a moon summer bread, just a mean job back or crampo, where they ain't send me, because I may Mamodano. Mamma, you ain't try when I say a quaba and some day, a theatre bag, my best singing in a guamam. Besa ma kwa baba en komo ho on GhanaWeb TV. So nim say share dia na ye nie je cause nsabe de hey. Ya ba be chim. Na watwe de ye started dia na eno baroni. Just nim say ya ba kro ma say ne bars or ba hardcore. Hey, ye no be chire won chire fake. Hardest MC e be ma no. Na on the eye Nicholas Duncan Williams ba. Often say D Wills ni stage name abonum. Na eye Nicholas Duncan Williams be de munim na nkasa. You very popular na ko social media to ba won say no ye video be or sawa be binum chemu or suffer by mo judge na aha omo de nyom bia ba out my friend don't judge me I mo amubu just say mutumi hwe nipa mutumi just say me gina he mutumi abeska na me from miti betumi down I say ma bo bibia ma just say ni ho kwa na maka say be na ya akwa yes me de akokodi e yosofu ibe na eye eno bara no no so nim say ono so ni fi asofu wo honom wa bom e na wodi nyom bia ba beto abonti na nyom ni de otie mu nsema we de ye ja mama ya mudi kokonsa keka se we fi nyame na radio so for ba na wo yes na fa ni kosi we de mo direct mama kasanti nyom no mpa bi ntie ya omo the video san so about out uko YouTuber obetime ye bi ahwe na video no po we release in less than 24 hours over 27,000 views ni ade ko so ehwe my recommendation just say it's been positive e bi no mu kirema eye the wills example or rap and that's all to nyom no check cause I say some few seconds and kwampo end na me say is a style want to mean kire eno na na ye nyoma na ono asa ati aseso bia the wills me say o the voice ba ho kakra bi nti esi ho no mama amoka so sankanka o ka nya obia ne nyom so bi hwe na say o pa na akokope the wills na no so da ko ye nyom ba nyom ne there it's been very good kata sama for say one mo share no mo ka ho asem video no so it was on point and him say no there obeja abi de sem polo ato ya pa we so nti sem ne there do so na ba ko bi catch me attention no say baby anem pass ho obo mpa ho na obo eyi mean to me ke bia na me ma me champagne fushenti onya anyom ni bia akona kotie nti na e kan ne se eye eno baroni ene eye Duncan Williams ba nyom no te atija ankasa Yanto aswe Black Stars unim se city ya qualified as a Qatar World Cup 2022 ye bo bi say manfo kire menye ba me dem pese mi gina ha say san so kabiem say World Cup no e be kwa kogenti anya nie tumi bia monti ase mo ne ye nya adwen mo ntwe na we wait and see na eye nyom yi na say GFA e de eye official song ababeto manfo kire ma nyom no ente say first nyom na eti jana mi say mo no ba nyom wo ye bi etie de wo ankasa ye say rate abe rating is saying na event yasi omo launches official song for the Black Stars no na Moisha Budon ekopie hobi ayen sister Moisha moi na to say she was looking so radiant wash ne shed dress bi na say shorts ka kraban fuche ma bonege na me say mo no na bi say be bia mo bekasa but she was looking nice or she black braids na she was looking good na blogger GH have I treben no bisa no so moye hu wa che ne I don't know so but then who akwa but she's coming back. Na mafu say, back you can slay him back and I say back to evangelize and as I say, me asem na just say obabe kana say nimu hina but near and Dan say she's in good health who no so she was having the time of her life. It's Moisha announces so back into mo na Velezebia we say ejamu ani ho na ekura yi keche mu nyina mo prapra kwemu Moisha Budon is back. Ayo yentu ankomane so na just says community bebre hihya adekem na metwetwe ma akoma yin kakra na ze nya akoye enim na watwe aya tweet ba kwa a trending ni modern efi efia odo ai efia chema se de so otna se e kan ne one term card say obetwe ne ho afi sexual intercourse say mpemegori obetwe ne ho afi for some time no ni best decision if ya chema oti wo ko ntumi nkada akumpo ate say obi ne edi echi ka afa mana say odi mpemegori hu say mpefo kasa wow so what na meken ase if ya chema just a tafri bomski ne che say ya mudi jije no de oye bia chan kasa o say is one of the best decision na if you do on graphic showbiz interview bi no chema o say Emerima bana kwemu but when you now walk back akwa to say bi say they want to get into your pants and say bi no be da by heart rough bikeke and as I say oh yeah if you don't think say mo twe benam go so only if you do twemp na say enya sa na paint remember the bana kwemu but as agenda no road dross ne sa nyama no se ni nje hunte ama je say zimu hu na make say bi efia she not in a relationship but chema won bani na wonya adwen papa but if you do twem say it imene wo kase ya ye kase o so no de anke ko onu kwanka wa ware ma she's living her life as a family woman but mrene na ema but she's saying say ono de member na wan aba na akwema say won sheda anye they are not looking for love simple and short they are not looking for love but my enkwada yen fa we chi cafe na mo pe but on also cheda eno nya ne like she's looking for a very serious man meaning say God fearing hard working sex person I say but sister Fiodo Chema being celibate say watching hu efi mpemegborun is one of her best decision nti efi ayeka say ya we show all the best cause closet now right person and so ebeba and check when I just say Ghana Law School just say pass out fresh lawyers and I just say that November 13 the ocean confu state also social media and just say obia post you be me say hey just money lawyers wo kro man just say one friend as some call them just say just munyam ho kra na Ghana Law School one pass out fresh lawyers na doctor say Kwame Despite and back in the say no ka ho say the oye lawyer na no mo private dinner be to celebrate na graduation just say why a lawyer na just say ne Tracy no nusu jina hobi adofo ebusuafo Father Dexter just say teach you for na dey invited few what do any coach honum and then I can edit chemo so no the very first lawyer e won family no say he feels very proud because I tell Kofo so and na papa scan na just say bibia just say wo boni din de bia na say wo papa coach but also chemo say dey ska wo na say busuane ska wo ho ni na say dey obetumi de ne say sini bo akase ono no ye ebusuya first lawyer na Kennedy nso so ekasa no de ehye nkofo nkwan no so chemoso no kwa sometimes ye ne papa bi o feli bi but ni na o jana na so etwo ni se de wa ye lawyer no twe ma ye ne papa says brana wa bono ya de ye very big and ha say no obi enim ne despite enye je say ni di aheta baby about no so no Kennedy also ne de pa say watumi akonanim abone homode enye say bia ne papa skenti no so etumi asua de say de wo boni di obefene say lawyer Kennedy Osei. Say ye to aso de ene na ye mami evangelist Dinah Asamoah afi or the Abba Father concert ne share so fefe wo UPSC and I just say eti true full celebrities ne just say fans e pu ko hwe no ke say wo organize adi fefe na onim say Dinah Asamoah de na saying de slay obehwe adaso no ankasa any program won kran krom ha say ene na ankasa obeti ase na dress na just say Dinah de to so ne de oh mama Dinah 2 more 4 more for mama Dinah just say to do more I make na me nka ho asem ko ba ye show yanto angomano so na evangelist dress no de copy e ni show yase na wa hu say red dress yi o shey che say it was well put together kofi akotua na che say style no na ba ko bin so as silver one bi che say it was on point, makeup on point, hair on point che say me nka de na me yi de che say mama she was not even looking like a ejo na even ahead of a year Abba Father me ne koye interview bi na che say o den say me bre to do chema che say my na mbuka say mo aye di mu say MPP aye den na just one moment ma say nyesa anete o say say e bible na atro say me be ba just say neme we be yedi mo mpia nkwohye eye MPP say won na won bo bra yo chema na dan kwa o say otu chema o say nya nipa be ya na waye o say president awa ba krom ha say nyina ya kan ya babon homodin pan na dan kwa kufado Russia Ukraine war yi na ase ne nyama na Africa kabato no do so chire ma say ne so what to abampo a obekoso campaign ama MPP o so bekoso aye campaign so amount na mo kan de efa ha say na kwakogu na che say yembra Abba Father no so che say nsem ne do atudwe we na Abba Father na che say manfo chema evangelist na some address ne there was on point say hu say brother Sami copy hobby che say edini de membo ho na me yi hwana just say it was well put together to say manfo chema why ya de pa cause management nsem ye be ni nyina echi and stopping ama wotumi de Abba Father ahehye so de na manfo kan say evangelist Dinah Asamoah for more to do mo say wo bo abaso pa Mona foro asema gusu eda pon so na chese na wotwe ni chese wa trend yankasa nchirima ebe tu dwa se authorities action ewo UK for some alleged fraud bi esi wo US some time back no na chese wo picking it up ebro ko Ghana was UK na chese ni team so aba betu dwa se enye no kware wo chirima won chire ne ye na efa hin ko si hin na eba asa na mafuji ase na so won chire ne na Mona foro o wanfa fan girl from Ghana wanyifa na asem de akokoye bebre but if social media trends at say the same kofo esoma say omode ye serew say Hajia was showing things, she was flaunting wealth ni ade na be say ma beto pon say she's being wanted for a year fraud na mafo chema na say scanner na no flaunt ni nyina na say as wa frame nya sika kroje na mafo chema asem ba munya botare say dey say court impo embuan phone say one sentence ni say biasa 8 million fraud na mo ka say $8 million fraud ni say ye no kware say ye no kware but aye nkrom hafu bia Ghana for choose me say aye won ho lawyer aye won ho judge a sentence sister yi say we just we do for but mafo chema munya botere say there is no official confirmation to say one chain na mpo say ye fraud say ye whatever crime mo fam betu dwan nti bibia ya botere but aye ni team so aka say enye no kware but post bin so say Mona for real ni page a Facebook page and make it say atamfu nyanya many nsem is very scant me to me for information in and put it together but they say there's Hajia for real no amafo chema wa kire no amafo so ne campuses won kire ne but they say there onu ankasa embe out embe fa official statement embe to just be say ni say na ekwa but they say there na amafo ye kan ne say munya abotare say oye wan wa kire no authority say ebe kan ye nso di mun kyeremu nyina ba betuja but obi ba ko a we di Hajia for real cheaper wa bompire man say yakopon twetwa nje eye na adam for your friend Shatawale na no Shatawale nje ene Mona they go way back any music video kwa Mona feature mu ni ade na asem ikoba ya mafoto edi bi eye sere wa say wo sere haja for real Shatawale nkwa de also bompire man Mona for real say yakopon uniform. There's a couple of celebrities and so they've just sympathized with and work say Mona for real, whatever you are going to hope say yakopon ebedi wa for fee na to say what to me film but say there mo amoye Mona for real fans any adofo mo de na mama mo paibo munye de cause say dey asem ne dey ase ye hye dey hu ni ti ne fem but say dey so we have him po na say be a court case or whatever you are hoping say obetumi efimu atadwe yang at den eye Rocky Dawuni te se we nyane eye third Grammy nomination na we dey asem den na eye 2023 Grammys no ni eye category eye best global music performance and te se yabo eye Rocky din ewo mu na eye ni numa wo friend never bow down ene sa nomination na te se 2023 Grammys no eye Burna Boy te se wasanso enya nomination wo mu pa say Nigerian themes ono so feature bi oye mo so nominate no but we dey asem na me ka kokosi so say mombo modern boy bia ye be ya boa eye Rocky because it's been in the third time na ye nhwe na te say empire na mo be huo say dia mo be ye bia na mombo modern because dey ya moka ene obi nje Grammy ye obi nominate enti say ye ni papa eye Rocky once so abuni din for eye 2023 Grammy na mombo modern na te say na mafoka na say Rocky ye be show all the best eye Rocky da woni so the na no December beto you say it's a very big honor to him say once so abuni din for the third consecutive times na ye hwenim say eye the next Grammy CD everybody Ghana just say fan chenga baby you are bringing it home live and colored and mama ye ngina say eye Grammy nkomo yi so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye koba nkomo no de ama boni ma besa ne nyina egu ama ye nchekwa ye ntwa ye ho bra sisia mesansoma wakwaba me fa do wa enhia wa na se musekua penfo bomma next time mesawa mamo na yeto ankomo no so dia eye Sandra Ankobia lawyer I or sanso ya actress or sanso ya influencer te say eye se see a report about to Ghana say o se wiase nyina ye kan mia ne merima ye population edu 8 billion Edos one kasa. Na ina report ibe to Ghana te say yen sister Sandra Ankobia take it to Twitter. No say na lipa dodo nyina ne nya echi no nya ne ho kafo onyo barema ye. Na mafu say Sandra na pese o che say we single one na say den na say sister e post o ye yem say unhu say ye glorious or ye serious na say e fan kosi. But DJ Mike Smith and be comment say bia na Sandra Ankobia ne spec ne open ye born and say ne be ni wiase ase. And obey na just say bia or this kakra be share hono but population dey door so be say yegusua ye wo ankasa nya Ghana hankwan ye wo just say bia Bible say mo kase mo man ya say nore to say empoano anwe bia no na mo ye but say the some na yenye serious let's be serious here Sandra say to say over 8 billion na be sine onya ne ho kafo de mesrem ankasa mama be cho application for love akoye to say Sandra Ankobia is available but wo copy say Sandra Ankobia dey say opeka crash and say niska kwatna back seat so when each Ghana has said they wow nim the daw e asem da host celebrities and key personalities want to me enya advert e man san sa bet na fine kosin but in kan na one fa sa tabono to won so na wo ye advert ye na nsa ho advert ne ade na say won say companies bi hon mo sponsor one ya discount wom usane de ba kwa say bebre kwa na semi buy na say FDA Food and Drugs Authority chema want to me endorse na say e dey how we bra one what sign do they had to even cancel that say they had to terminate the contract e dey say bebre buy or how bebre buy when they share no other people almost voice say out but say the development ban say artist manager your friend no Magdalene no say ono na manage Reggie and Bully screw face we see attorney general Godfred Yeboadame and na Food and Drug Authority hrema sansa na mo se mo de ban ato celebrities so want to me nya advert ma ensa ho company ni ade o so no mo nyaji so that some na court mo futi mo wo dem pai eta na echi pa say court enka say oh celebrities ma asem ye dey mo tumi akoso a wo say o chema ko other countries a wo ye advert na ma eye ensa ho na mo ka say ma won yes wo say mo say business cause ni ma ye deal times are hard na so big deal kakra be ko na do hakudu say wa ba ni say dia ma futi ma eye mark eye darlington asem no da court dey wo bomo dey say wo pai na wo bogu no so say court in ruling no one ka say the celebrity say okromase mutumi aye advert ama insafu a say wo companies and say musumanya kaka e di akoma no ana meboa wo do wo krom ha de na say ma ye kan ne say krom ha ye hyewe e koma be wo yi skate so tumi ye 500 cedi 500 cedi say ye dos ma ye realistic oh, 100 cities. Oh, but try one scanner. So, sky fine. I am from man, but when him say can pay the entire Casabebri, and say I am paying kind. That I saw what you be the pombe rapper. I able to just say, I dear Chinese to move crowd crumb higher to say 4 prizes. Also, he has to spend over 2,000 Ghana cedis just to for his car for 3 days spill. Otimata say memoir ding to sre authorities right authorities mu won na munye bibin fa na se me okokan na mafoche ma wo anka ye NDC time anka wa kwesti akore ko na miso mu so ye den so wa voice it out. There's been couple of times he say akode aka so by mon fix the country na say how ye communi na mo fa solution breva I say amanfu bi pese say akode recording num na won say e no na etwa won so say de bia na wo refer it takes 2,000 Ghana cedis to fill his car. Maybe say full away, tank neja, and as I say 200 and I say 300 cedis to bet me. But they be on say they say there were 4 prices that cost run. Conform be a packet. Who say would do any check chroma? So bedroom say traffic be any crime. And you say be a month for a year later. That's be a chroma. Yes, will be a parking case in chain. We are in for the violence. Soon say Chrome had they say a peace AI beni bidin just say peace there is just a one a man from pinpoint violence na they be no work kaje gunyanem. Na aya Dolores friend Paul Manso and delay. And now back I in chair cry no kokuma say na just a pastor be inviting it as a youth experience summit be no coin or dey say or dey futu koma a youth pay on at say no den say be tuja. But I could be a kakan kwa so chairman or was cash is okay. Nti be mo be turn so be so worry and just say bia be so your gawa debi ono a woni bibia dada ono aka kan wo si tese o pie fini fi kwampa ne dadwen kese pan ye ka be no ntu cause cars ni gu ho bebre hu mi on fa kwampa so chema she's living a very comfortable life. She's okay na the lady to phone catch youth no say ma won give am na same ko sign ko si so ne dey bebre no da betudwa ne nim sample sa asem ne ha akwakoto akoda but aye kwesi aboache of peace FM entertainment review host and no ka say na ye pe obi ama na advise youth ye pa de tintin dia so ade ketwa so dia ye ade kese na wo akwa fredi de o so na wo so fe we nyo bia wo krom hase no futi na wo se kusi aboaje asa asem nya wo ken wo kwa frefre ntokwa bi via ba na no se sister efia oda de je se na no na obaba respond na eye akosi abade chemo se sam eye what will be some questions na lady back so or person ye o say don't just say theater at o say response at the lady man na enye encouraging into no am so no chire ma ye problem na ba betu for na say you know they are grateful in the country I don't know more friendly na man for say na say me eye job and say we don't know about it be mo bi shada kemana na say the lady no respond no say she who kwesi aboaje I say say na wo kan nsem fun just no tutu bi man na kasa cause unim say wa ba be kunanim ti ade no so won fa ne ho nchew o se wo kwesi aboaje tama na o page masante bebe hu o kire ma o se onko gina be just na wo feel so no onye dida so bia enne nyame adom na baba be public speaker just o kasa edu achi a na o pese already connect motor say onye ni pe bia wo de na ba kasa na asem na o candidate say delay anya ne de atutu bia ma na pa chema say asem na kan na ye trash nyanse bia mponim because o say ada na ba kasa or your public speaker into what do you, she speaks for a living into her friend and that say esi hwa no so dey efutu akọ ma youth into o pese o kasa o pese o jaben o so na dey ono wo nya adwe pese o chema akoko si say eye kosi aboaje eye ho yaw ene o de kasa ba ma fo pese me bisa mo ni kosi aboaje ya adwen say eye delay was not the right person to be called and I be say na delay responded to some of the eye nkofo obisa the question wa anya ni ya na say o chema eye ho ya keke eye PhD pull him down pull her down ya na say koso okroma but delay there radio a man slide dio odibi atoto bi ma aye akosi aboaje te wo chema kosi aboaje se na wo kan no de nyanse nim Oda for them be mama menfa eye nkomo yi mfi eye efia Schwarzenegger oba ahwa menfa fini camp ye ho na ye hu se efia chema we fi krom ha se de nani acha ma no do akopie Turkey na te so chema akoye hair transplant hu se sister efia hwe na ha se nwi na akwachi kakra aha eno na te se we se de update se we unit no kwakwa te se we yin kwabo te se we transplant te se do be hu na te se nwi ni te se aye even te se egu fine na chema unye scan just a brana on your scar. Sometimes be out and be able to say, enquire out to me air correcting. I don't know if you're a chema, quack hair transplant, so something you might say, Nico to drain to be an answer or the other black better channel now say, and you know your surgeon and say, you may be a chadam queen, you know, but so correcting. I know do chema so turkey, so no soon or can. Or the out to judge your walk quiet. Also, in some of their doors, but moon be on Casamecan was a moon be a bay for which is a wizard into myself. But tiny, you know, the betuja. Maybe I was a surgeon or china one bar no quiet, so any other better so chema. A knee and a hair transplant and other ones be quiet. Now, a fear yana miss a big can or baby or no, so no dear. Oh, Nick come about to about me at 2 animal. No chemos or no. Pokakas a Greek minister and born homodin, which chema say planting for food or just or the drunk or ministry or chema ye minister ye could be away fairly top anka yono. Nama for chema I don't know cast or if yes or no day. We a politician, which your man is sick and pim do say 1 hour. But so 1 year need you are back on once. So need science corner a man for Don, and Ghana for Dono. Cause only say if you are company my ADC. MP said they no company ma also chema. Say a banger to so one born home dinger or the dini never be to me in castle by self castle or casa or chin can say ne casa bush and ye must say whatever. Why did I mess up each other? That's a community and more than casa. I don't know if you are chema no day. Waka, but see the one more a fans of a fear Schwarzenegger, Mombo Modian, Bon Pime, cause send a bear surgeries in Nema Kakawa Koyina. Nina a bear successful. I'm a bunny, send me kind. A year way, a year very last episode for the year 2022. Now, said, to say, I feel muini na many man at say Yatala, now Comonia, didn't I be say, I am a Nigeria, who passing my supporting and I say views now Cosronia day, to say, Trace me be PBA and Hayana mo pepper just and continues had A1 ye be film ye fe bin kan ye exaggerate se na etina na ye be kan se make us say mo amoshe nyina se na na ye bo abeka se me fans fo nyina yeah, damase. Yeah, fear that ye we are going to re-strategize. Say very big and better. To say in all things going to be very big. I can say damase more emotion now. Munkoso programs akaye wo GhanaWeb TV. Munkoso na munshare ni ade. Na fear that ye share the onu say you just ye kono back to back in community. No of this. Ye damase pass amoshe amaboni makram ye besan so edishia enche kra. Mamunko baby a mun stay tuned.
He is a chart stopper and a trendsetter, and undoubtedly the hottest artist in Ghana currently. In his early 20s, he has been able to chalk back-to-back success, and it's something that is rare in our entertainment industry. The whole world is singing his praises, but if I want to keep talking about this gentleman, I'll go on and I might not finish. Let's take this quick breather. When we come back, I'll unravel my guest for you. This is Talkatainment, and I'm yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. If you just joined in, this is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the new Artist of the Year at the just ended Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. We have here the Sad Boys president, Did I get it right?
Yeah, yeah.
Blacko.
Yeah, 100%.
You're welcome.
Blessings.
Hey.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're
Bless.
welcome. Charlie,
Bless.
the
And
bola.
love to you, man.
The bola dressing, no, it's part of your brand, because most
Hey,
times
what?
me who are not the trousers.
the oversized.
Yeah.
I'm just how come you bola dressing.
Say bola trousers, Anna.
Oh yeah, oversized, yeah.
I don't. Say Obi say like people are saying that we are slim in tea.
But you know, so sometimes I thought I'm share skinny ones too.
Me skinny jeans that.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm impulsive. I'm sure. I check me Insta and I'm sure I post my
Hey, you must say. But how many tattoos do you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces.
And what are they?
Yeah, these are the flames. And these are bats. And this crocodile traveler.
Okay.
And this tell my mother I love her. And this is the mountain goat.
Why that?
Yeah.
Why that?
Perseverance, man. Mountain goat. Climb any circumstances, climbing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how are you handling the fame so far?
I'm chilling, man. I've been chilling from time. Yeah, and making music. Yeah, I think that's the fun part of it.
Is it getting to you? Did you expect it in the first place?
In what way? Getting to me in what way?
Like, are you overwhelmed with the fame?
Overwhelmed? No.
You are not? It's not too much for you?
No. I don't let it be too much for me. Yeah. You know, because it's all about balance. Everything is all about balance. I try. We all try to balance everything, you understand?
Okay. Yeah. Is that why you are not really active? I don't want to say you are not active on social media, but you don't really get into the social media space that much.
Yeah.
Is it because you don't want to be reading all sorts of things and, you know...
You know, so social media, yeah, I think the drama makes it fun. And I'm not much into drama. Yeah.
Because you want to protect your mental space.
Yeah, you understand. The drama makes it fun, trust me. Nothing about it.
Okay.
People learn. Me, I grew up on social media, trust me. Yeah, I grew up on the internet.
When the energy was gravitating towards you about, you know, the whole buzz, you know it. Everybody loves Blacko.
Yeah.
What did you do to bring your fans closer to you?
I think I made the music, made so much to them. And I think they found Black Sheriff, like, they went behind the music too. Some went behind the music too. Like, because people, trust me, people relate to my music different ways. Trust me.
I mean,
you know, someone
personally.
texts me like, bro, I swear to God, this song you dropped saved me, bro. Bro, God bless you, bro. Someone if you text me like, bro, this song is raging, bro, this song is messing up here. Like the boys are you see, yeah. So like it's like that. So that's why I feel like it all depends on the emotions and like what I put inside. I think I put in with my opinion, what I think I put inside the music. Because like I think one time I should tape how I make music and like put it out on YouTube or something. You understand? How I make music is like, you see me putting myself in that. You understand? Like giving my all in that.
Okay, you are making music.
Yeah.
Very, very solid music. Yeah. But I think from my own perspective, I think you are not interacting with the fans as you should. Do you agree to that?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
think you are just focused on the craft.
On the craft.
Yes. What about your fan base?
And I'm not interacting to the fans.
Yes.
I do.
Do you have a fan base?
Yeah. I have people who love my music.
Do you have a solid fan base? Like Sack Nation, Beam Nation, do you have one?
You know, Sack Nation has been here for 10 years.
I know. I'm just using that as an example for you.
Let's see. I just pulled up. People started loving my music. I started finding my ways and finding my balances. So let's see, bro.
There have been arguments. Some people say you are A-list artist. Some people say you are a hot artist. How do you see yourself? Which category do you fall in?
Well, I don't categorize myself. I'm an artist.
Okay, you have to choose between the two, hot or A-list.
Hot or A-list?
Yes. Are you the hottest artist
I don't believe
now?
in all. I don't believe in.
Why?
I don't believe in
Why?
them categories.
Why don't you?
I don't know why, but I don't believe in categorizing artists. Everyone is unique in their own ways. You know, you see, these A-list and categories things you do are like things that we create in our head, and we think this is. So? You think this is. You think this is. Someone same A-list and things. Someone has different A-list and things in his head. You understand? There are things that we create in our head. This is hot. This is this. This is this. This is this. But in all, they are all artists.
If you are saying this, then it means you're putting someone like Sarkodie and Sefa on the same scale.
I mentioned Sarkodie. I don't mention Sarkodie.
No, I'm not saying you are mentioning, but Sarkodie is.
Brother, trust me. That's what you think it is.
Okay.
Somebody no go think like that. Yeah, trust me. It's all
Let's
opinions.
move away from this. Yeah. When people compare you to the likes of Samini, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, and co, how do you feel? How does that make you feel?
Well, if they are being disrespectful, that like it no need safe. You understand? Trust me, cause people that really love me, that like go out on social media like, yo, go stream Sheriff's music, this, they don't do that. People that need their retweets and likes, like I've been telling you, man, will just do something to like make it sensitive for people to give it like their retweets and like get people to react back to what like his negative things that he's putting out, to get people to react saying to that. You understand? And I don't believe in that.
Talk about retweets. There have been complaints that you don't retweet
I do.
DJs.
If I hop on Twitter, anytime I get on Twitter, I do retweet anything.
Are you sure?
But I don't be on Twitter every time.
Camido retweeted your song recently.
Yeah.
He didn't get a response.
Camido?
Yeah. On Twitter.
Charlie, one or two them preteens now for
complaints and radio stations.
I've just not been on. Trust me. And I know why I've not been on Twitter, man. See, you man don't know how that. I wish you would feel like.
I'm saying all this because
trust me, you hop on social media. I go on social media. For different kinds of things. You go, you see your things, your heels and stuff, your distance, you screenshots and you understand. Now I pull up, I see Bearman pouring out there like that negative stuff about me and stuff. So you think I'm that? You think I'll be that this thing to be? Trust me, that's what I try to tell you. I've just been finding. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Trust me, I'm finding my balance in that. Trust me, because right now I'm at the point of if I don't take care of myself, I'll lose myself to like something. You understand? But you wouldn't. I wouldn't love to lose myself, because if I lose myself, I lose my music, I lose my everything.
You're certainly not going to lose yourself.
Yeah,
but let's look at this long term.
I'm just giving you like
I get it. I totally get it. Yeah. But let's look at this long term effect. Don't you think that when you don't mobilize your fans now and you don't interact
don't
with
you
them?
think I
I
interact with my fans? Because I feel like I do interact with them, man, a lot.
Not as it should, because now
Are
it's
you
like,
sure?
yeah,
Not as it should?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
You should. So that one day we'll not hear on the airwaves that you people have not been promoting my works enough, as some of the A-list artists are saying now. That's just why.
Hop on my Twitter from 2019. I never complain about nothing.
Okay. So, do you have an EP or album coming up?
My tape is coming soon, very soon.
Tape?
Yeah.
Could
be an EP, could be an LP, could be an album, but it's a tape, it's coming.
So your outfit at the VGMAs?
Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah, thank you.
It was really nice.
Appreciate it.
But there were concerns about the color. You heard about it, right?
Yeah.
MTN and Vodafone clash, sort of. What's your opinion about it? Yeah.
Oh, me, I didn't know about it. Did they give any color code? So, I'm not sure.
But you heard about the discussions. What's your take on it? Do you think you didn't know about it?
What were the discussions? Brief me about it.
Oh, I should brief you. Yeah. You must have heard it.
Brief me about it.
You wore a yellow color, which stands for MTN, on a Vodafone event.
Which stands for MTN? To you, yellow color doesn't stand for MTN.
That was a discussion.
There.
On the airwaves.
That's to them man to decide. Because yellow, there wasn't no MTN too.
And the keke that you were in?
Yeah.
The number plate?
The keke, I requested for a keke
Mm-hmm.
to be put on stage for me.
Okay.
When I'm done performing, make it come take me. I went there and keke came for me. I don't know nothing about the keke about this.
Okay,
yeah.
so let's just say you are not aware of those things. Okay, it's understandable. Do you have a management team in Nigeria that handles your stuff?
A management team in Nigeria. I have a team in Nigeria that work for me.
Okay.
In places, different places.
Okay.
Not just here. I have a team in London too.
Kweku Frimpong, have you ever been depressed?
Up to now, I don't know the definition of depression, because I like questions a lot. If you was my friend, like, you will not trust me. I do ask people, are you depressed? I say, yes, trust me. How do you feel? How does, like, different. I've been getting different explanations.
You don't know what depression is.
Yeah. But, you know, sometimes you do feel bad sometimes. It gets worse and stuff. And
you haven't had down moments?
Oh, you do. I'm a human. I do get down moments.
How do you pass through it? How do you go through it?
I make songs about them.
You make songs?
Yeah, so like with this Kendrick's new album, there's this song called Rich Spirits. It said, don't play with me before I turn you to a song, bro. Don't play with me. Anything that happens to me, I'll go make song with you right now.
Sometimes you come on social media and you write certain things that get people thinking. They're like, are you okay? Is Blacko alright? Why do you usually do that?
I don't hear that. Is Blacko alright?
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Of course, me, I think that, and other people also do. Like you post things that get people worried.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, especially on Twitter. I think some time ago you wrote something about being overwhelmed with the fame, and you are just a little child and blah blah. Something.
I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah. I was just walking and I was just flashing back on my life, and I feel like right now I live in like people's faces. My life is not. I feel like my life is not mine no more. Yeah, so like that's what I've been working on, like trying to find the balance. So like it was just interesting and funny to my mind. I liked it more when like my life was mine. I feel like this is a nice line. Let me just put it on my Insta. I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah.
So you've been robbed of your normal life. You don't go to your favorite watcher joints no more.
I do.
You can't really.
Yeah, trust me. You go see me for the. Everywhere I won't go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but first if I went, my man them know. But now if I go, thousands of people know say I go buy this thing. Yeah, that was just what I'm talking about.
We spoke about your down moments. Let's also talk about your happiest moments.
Yeah, I do get happy.
I know you get happy, but I'm talking about the happiest.
The happiest?
Yes.
Most of them are after I make songs, some kind of songs. Yeah, because trust me, the only place I'm happy is like when I'm close to like my speakers and my mics, and like just making music is so fun. Because trust me, it's a whole movie. I just pull my phone like this, listen to beats, stuff, and like put myself in the movie, something that has happened in my life.
Aside making music, what other events happened in your life that you can classify as this has been one of my best moments?
Best moments. A dozen.
Okay, give us 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'll give you like 2. Yeah. Okay, so Love to Ajizi. Yeah. So I had to come to Accra. Ajizi had hit me up, like that was 2019, June, August today. Yeah, Ajizi writes me. I posted this freestyle, Cry For Me freestyle. Yeah, Ajizi writes me and say, yo, Pono won't see you if you come to Accra the next morning. And I was just there when the man them home in Canada, like, yo, how you go figure Accra? But that time, then my puppy dey Ghana. You understand? And if I went to my puppy will give me money, make I take go. But I'm not sure my puppy likes this music thing I'm doing. So I was just there like, how I go get money to that? So I just went to my auntie, Maisha. It's like, Mom, saying that was me, yo, I have to do this. It's like, go to your father. So I went to my daddy. I told him he liked the idea. He gave me that money. So like that time when I took that money. And I think I do remember that anytime I receive